We're just going to wait a few minutes for the live stream to go, and then we'll get started. So. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our second of the series of the long-term plan workshops. Thank you for your patience as we ensure that the live stream is underway. As a reminder that the live stream is underway, please ensure that your phones are on silent or vibrate. Just a reminder too that these workshops are open to the public, and today we're going to kick off on our first lot of the priorities. So with us this morning we have our Group Manager Jean-Paul of Community and District Development, and he's going to overview our priority areas of housing and economy. Now, as you know, we have already had our first 101 session on the long-term plan, hosted by Una and Thomas, and this will be the start of delving into our 4 priorities, of which our next workshop will be next week on Thursday. But it's my pleasure to now hand over to JP. Also, just a reminder that these sessions are designed to be interactive, I suppose, so feel free to ask any questions as we go through the presentations today. We do have the whole day set aside for this, but we will take a short morning tea break and a lunch break as well. So over to you, JP.
Morning, everyone, and thank you. I do feel a bit like a guinea pig in doing one of these sessions, just of diving into these priority stuff. So certainly my view is that every slide, if it's got a question related to it, we should just dive straight into questions as we go. So I'm really keen for us to have that kind of iterative conversation as we go forward. I think it's critical if we don't, then when it comes time for us to reflect back to you some projects or priorities to be brought into the LTP documentation, we wouldn't have had this robust conversation around it. So slow and steady is probably the best approach here. So as I say, feel free to ask me anything as we go. I put this one up because I saw it in Una's presentation, I think, yesterday, and I think it goes to kind of one of the issues that we're trying to do in the way we talk about the priorities. So we've got a lot of strategies and a lot of plans, but when we drop down towards the projects, initiatives, and how we're operating, we start touching on all the different component pieces of the long-term plan. So obviously one of the outcomes of this is our relationship with our CCOs. So if you've given them a priority that you want to achieve, then it's part of that statement of intent and funding agreements that we might need to consider going forward with them. Assumptions are critical. You know, I've got a lot of work around things like the growth assumptions, which are critical for us to consider. So the housing and business assessment, the work by Infometrics, where it aligns and doesn't align with Stats New Zealand is really important, and it becomes a critical assumption that underpins a whole bunch of the financial planning and physical planning capacity that we need to do as well. So that's really important. I have a plethora of strategies to talk to you about today, so hopefully you'll see through what is a significant amount of information, a lot of alignment in those. So that's really important for you to make some judgments about what you think is important to align that towards your priorities going into this LTP. Capital projects are a given. What's locked in, what can't be changed, what flexibility do we have, and that's obviously a limit for us. Performance indicators and what we're doing around our services. So one of the issues I think is really important for some of the areas I'm managing is actually our performance. So less about projects, less about new shiny things, and more about the standards of service and the performance measures that are critical to our success. So that's going to be a pretty important part of this as well. And then how do we pay for it? Fees and charges, a key component of areas like building and consenting, but equally we've talked also about rating policy and discussions from the business community that popped up around other rating groups like Airbnbs, or also funding for growth. The DCs and financial contributions, really important parts. Do they need to be expanded? Do we need to move into areas to cover off some of that growth? So we'll touch on different components of these, but they're really important that behind some of the conversations around projects or initiatives is how it all fits together in this kind of context.
Just pop your mic, sorry, just for the live stream, pop your mic on, please.
The strategies, you've got two there, the 30-year and the financial, are they just examples of strategies? So that's not the key strategies or anything?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And DC and FC policies, what do DC and FC stand for?
Development contributions policy and financial contributions policy. I think if you recall, we had our development contributions policy done last year. If we expand catchments for development contributions, so this is for water, wastewater and roading contributions, if there is any, and financial contributions are done under the RMA, so in the district plan, and those are for the reserve contributions. So we only use FCs for the reserves. Any other ones on that? So look, for me, this is where we come back to that kind of conversation about striking the balance. So I kind of saying, look, delivering on existing commitments and services, we have a lot of things that are locked in place. And so some of those are service levels, performance measures, our current funding and fees, and then how we act as a good steward across our existing assets and investments. And then also our contracted commitments around things like Provincial Growth Fund, so still concluding the Lakefront project and Forest project are the two I sort of have some relationship with, but obviously is also funding through Provincial Growth Fund towards museums, which is an ongoing conversation as well, so really important. And then Crown Infrastructure Partnerships is the SIP one listed there. If you recall, that was 20 odd million we received from the government for the east side, so some of that was for minor roading improvements, but the majority of that of that money we received, 15 million, was to do the stormwater management coming out of the Whananui development. So, and then finally, the last one, which you're all aware of, is the IAF, Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, which was the 86 million over the next 7 years to improve the capacity, resilience, and our ability to accommodate growth in the central and western parts of the city. So our 86 million is also tagged in that contract to our investment in managing stormwater going forward as well. I think the total program Stavros talks about is about 126. So DC is a part of that. So there is a sort of an existing obligation in that space. And then I've talked about a plethora of strategies and plans that we have to a degree implemented, and some of course that we haven't. But this is a chance, I think, through your prioritisation to look at, are they right? Can we pick up any of those key elements and move forward? So again, that has to be balanced against what you might want to do new. So that's the kind of balance I'm trying to strike through this discussion today. Oh, that didn't come out too well, but you probably don't need to see the words specifically, but really I was intending now just to sort of drop down and start talking about the economy area, so the strategies we've got in place. I'm focusing on the first 3 bullet points at this stage, so separately will be another section later on in this presentation to talk about inner city and Fenton Street. So it's the first 3 of those, which is enable and attract smart investment, confidence in our vibrant reputation, and obviously a world-class tourism destination. So that's really the focus of this next bit. So we'll talk industrial commercial, we'll talk tourism, promotion and marketing. So that's probably the place I'll start. So just picking up on that box, obviously that the way it's been structured through some of the different documentation, we've got those focus areas, and I read them out just before on the diagram, and then that's turned into some really specific objectives that you've carried into this year's annual plan. So for us, that's a good direction setter and driver. So you've got quite specific objectives for this year. Partners run unlock greenfield and commercial land, restore Rotorua's reputation domestically and internationally, and then implement a refreshed, efficient and coordinated approach to management of events and venues. And then the last column there is the really specific part that's been carried forward to the Chief Executive as key deliverables, and then obviously trickles down to the rest of us in the organisation to implement on his behalf. So clearly in there is the focus on trying to make some rapid progress on the airport, critical, supporting PECA, and certainly for the committee meeting next week, we've got a presentation by Helen Beckett from the PECA Trust, just coming back to give you an update on where they're at. And obviously that's a project that has an investment by council in growth, and one of the important decisions you'll make into this LTP is whether you pick that up from being connection agreements and actually introduce it into your development contributions policy. Cutting to the chase, I would advise you do that. And then obviously the work then with Rotorua Airport around its land, and also the critical piece of work in the plan that Rotorua NZ is undertaking at the moment, looking at a multi-year plan to rebuild our pride in our community, and obviously also then marketing us to rebuild our reputation domestically and internationally. So really important investment space there.
So if we go back to the priorities, we've got climate adaptation, which should be feeding into all of these.
Yep.
And I can't see anything within the economy area which reflects any support towards us moving towards circular economies. I'm just highlighting that. I'm not sure whether this is the opportunity to say that's what's missing, or whether that comes later, but I'm highlighting it now.
Happy to pick it up later. There's some discussion there about Forestry Futures Plan and bio-circular economy work in that space. But again, it's a choice of emphasis for Council. So just probably one of the things that just wanted to make sure that we've covered off is obviously we've done our hearings now for the future development strategy and the first round of meetings by the joint committee around the FDS deliberations. So there's still some work to do in that space by that joint committee, but just in a short-term picture, based on the growth projections and the capacity. Remember, it's capacity. It doesn't have to translate into actual numbers at this point. It's about the capacity to grow. These are the areas that were identified through that FDS. So that's part of that wider discussion. That starts talking to where the city might grow if those assumptions are correct on the growth numbers. And of course, the land would be released over time and the infrastructure enablement put in place to enable those things to occur. And also, it allows us to pursue or support some wider economic outcomes like regeneration around Norman Taha, for example. So it's about that plan enablement. So at the moment, there's the intensification stuff that already exists and current expansion. So obviously Whananui is a large area of greenfield that is being slowly rolled out by Ngāti Whakaui tribal lands. And on the western side, still progressing through from the Stormwater Master Plan to making sure that there's consented options for development in the Pukehangi Heights area. So that at this stage is not in a position to enable growth in that space. So that's kind of the short-term focus, that those things are ready and should be progressively rolled out.
JP, just clarification, you mentioned the Pukehangi Heights is not in a position to move forward yet because all of the infrastructure is not yet in place. Is that what I heard? They've got a stormwater master plan, but one of the things now is that it's quite a detailed level of consenting and detailed design that's required by those landowners. It does also, as part of that zoning decision, it was to include it within the comprehensive stormwater consents. So one of the first things that if we try to separate it so that it can proceed on its own speed, that needs to be discussion with the regional council and some planning discussions there about decoupling it from the wider catchment discussion for our comprehensive consents. So that leads from Pukehangi Heights, leads into the work being done around the Utahina catchment, Linton Park, stormwater detention, etc., etc. Yep, absolutely, and I think that's why Stavros has probably talked to you about some substantial feasibility work he's proposing on kicking off. So he's done Linton Park. There was problems and questions around Wrights Park, but he's systematically working through quite a comprehensive piece to say where are the feasible sites that enable sort of that community detention work to be undertaken. As he progresses that, there's also a parallel piece of work about how much has to be considered within the Pukehangi footprint, which has to then feed into that wider network, so it crosses Pukehangi Road and joins the network. Yeah.
And so is Stavros, does he still have it on his radar, the medium or long-term issues that could be affecting Ohinamutu village?
Yeah, and we've presented before, and maybe I should have brought it into this presentation, is, you know, we have shown you those, the regional council's flood models. Stavros has been working on his own flood modelling with Tonkin and Taylor, and I think that's where he started to have the conversation with you all, or raised with you around things like lake levels impacts on flood risk, but equally it's that kind of view of the risk of flooding as a consequence of climate change is predominantly below State Highway 5 at that Utahina Bridge on Old Topol Road. So Kotu and Ohinamutu. Coming back up into the central area, you start hitting Cuero Park and the Whakatau block, areas of flood risk. And again, as from our main looking at the IRF investment, it's around making sure that we're doing the best we can in those areas. But equally, he's got a very clear view of some of the potential intervention sites up the Utahina catchment, but most importantly, lake level and the channel is a pretty important opportunity to get the best benefit cost out of investment to reduce flood risk and build climate resilience. So a really important conversation, and I think one the regional councils keen to get on with as well, particularly for those communities that potentially would be affected if there's not a solution.
So just carrying on from that conversation with regards to the Utahina itself, a number of times both Greg and Lani have mentioned the stream needs to be given some work. We talked about the other day at the meeting where Rob Pitcairnley said what they're rolling out at Baxendale, or proposed to be rolling out at Baxendale, that model could be looked at as for rolling out all the way down the length of the Utahina so that it is replanted, protected from erosion, etc., etc. So when we're talking about flood prevention, we also should be balancing that, in my opinion anyway, with the restoration of that stream.
Look, I think it's certainly a good one to talk about, starting to get it slightly outside my swim lane, so maybe this is one we can just make sure that Stavros is made aware of, just to have these conversations. I think the Nongataha flood report highlights a whole bunch of interventions by both councils that were needed, should have occurred, now need to occur. I think the lessons out of there are directly translatable into the management of the Utahina as well, and that has meant a whole bunch of clearing, tidying, channel management, as well as a whole bunch of other interventions. So I think maybe this is a conversation to deep dive with Stavros on this, but I actually think it's a really neat opportunity for us to get that cumulative impacts. So the positive outcomes of a degree of growth, which has enabled us to seek external funding, but also gives us a chance to take a really well-planned approach to the entire catchment and identify where the best benefit cost interventions are. And we still come back to, and Greg's about to hit his microphone, they may be at the upper part of the catchment, not the lower part of the catchment.
So I'll start again. So I think we all agree that it's important, but does it sit in the FDS or does it sit in the LTP? And how do you get regional council agreement to come to the table around this stuff?
It has to start in the FDS is the first piece to make the signal. Doesn't have to be the detailed signal. I think, as you're aware, that the plan, the FDS is not a catch-all strategy for everything. So I think the key piece there is it's about capacity and identifying where growth can go. I think the critical next step out of the FDS is the joint action plan. And I think that's where it's got to be tied between the two councils into their LTPs for those kind of actions. So that's where I think it crosses out of FDS as a strategic document and into the practical. So what are the actions and interventions that we need to occur, and how do they get into both councils' LTPs or under a project umbrella? I suppose for our advantage, at least we have the Te Arawa Lakes Steering Group, which sort of binds the partners together as well, but that joint action plan I think is the key step.
Sorry, what's the proper name of that joint action plan group?
So we haven't actually set one up yet. So I think when we looked at the terms of reference for the joint committee for the FDS, it was only to receive the submissions, to deliberate and make recommendations jointly back to the two councils on the FDS. So that's the conclusion of the terms of reference of that joint committee. We'll be obviously putting to both councils a next steps, which is the more practical piece, which is how do we now, once you've adopted an FDS, how do you go about putting in place a joint action plan?
So further point of clarification for once, one more time in my head, and for anybody who may be watching, my understanding is that we are responsible for everything above the Utahina Bridge, and the regional council is responsible from everything below to the lake. Is that true?
I think only in the channel. So theirs is the channel through there. So we're still responsible for all our community network infrastructure below the bridge as well. So the entire city is our stormwater network, but the channel and there is a limited amount of protection in the Utahina is the regional council. So theirs is the channel.
So the silting up issue at the mouth, whose responsibility is that to fix?
Well, and I think that crosses over into another set of owners, which is Te Aroha Lakes Trust. So the owners of the bed and the regional council have that kind of responsibility directly between them, where we're not directly able to influence it. That's their consenting and discussion area.
Right. Thank you.
And I think that's why the joint action plan is so critical here about where's the best benefit cost.
Sorry, JP, just on what my two colleagues have said. So I suppose you've also taken in, since we have one government at a time and we have laws currently with 3 waters or 5 waters, 10 waters, whatever it is this week, we're assuming, obviously, as that's the law, so we're taking into account that the water bill is current, it's going, and this obviously will have effect at the moment on our planning moving forward.
Yeah, I think we've only got what we've got to work with, and we really don't know what we're going to have post-election. There's a number of groups who may be in coalitions or singularly. So again, finding your way through whose policies are going to shape the future is going to be a challenge, and they've got to talk to their government officials as well. For us, the important piece is the clarity about the need and the planning. So whatever the entity or whatever the home of that infrastructure is, we've been really clear about the need and the why. So the FDS is important for that long-term view of growth, directions, potentials, phasing, if required. We've got a clear view about development contributions of how that infrastructure will be paid for or supported. And of course, we've also got a contractual relationship with government around the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. If there's another entity that will take all of that, then we've got to make sure it's well-formed, well-planned, well-constructed, so someone else can now run with it, or it's ours. I think that's the key, is we just need to make sure that we're making the right decisions with the right stuff now, and whoever has it is a different phase. So again, just broadly for us, this is what's sitting there waiting for those deliberations of the FDS joint committee. So expansions, particularly around Nongataha, and probably most importantly, some new industrial areas being considered as well, because we've got areas that are too close to streams and rivers or sensitive environments. So we need to have some pressure points or some opportunities to let the pressure out of those areas so we can change over time. So clearly we've got heavy industrial former sites in the middle of Nongataha village, for example. If you think longer term, that's not an ideal outcome. We've got areas that of industrial that adjoin the Utahina stream, which always flood when there is flooding, and can carry contaminants and debris into the lake, which is not a good outcome. So again, that's an area of management that's required. And then we've got our Vaughan's Road and Ngāpuna challenges that exist and will continue to exist until there's options to let that pressure out of, over time, moving industrial out of those areas.
Just a question on the proposed change of use for the land on the mountainside of Nongataha, what is it? It's not Ferry Springs Road, it's the road heading between Nongataha and Rotorua that's proposed to be tourism. Yeah, that purple one.
Yeah.
Is there any way that we can speed that change up so that because there's not a hell of a lot of infrastructure, etc., that's needed to make them open that up for development, because if my understanding of what those kind of tourism operations will be, they are fairly, and don't need a hell of a lot of stormwater, etc.
Yeah.
Is there any way that could be put to the head of the queue so we can give them the opportunity to get started, given that tourism, revitalising our tourism is one of our priorities?
Councillor, good question. We've got three main plan changes that should be pretty high up the queue for us to consider around the future sort of post-implementing the FDS. That's some of the greenfield expansions that's required, and some of those are consequential on things like fast tracks. So we may have to do some residential plan changes of some greenfield areas. The second one, and it's an important one for both the council and regional council to work collaboratively on, and it goes to some of the flooding discussions we've just had, is flooding and hazards. So we've got a plan change that's somewhere quite high up our list. We need to focus in there. The last one is business industrial land. Our HBA keeps talking to a deficit. There's a deficit and there is some nuancing in our zoning which needs to be improved. So somewhere in our top three, I don't know what the running order will be. That's something for a joint committee to work through. There will be a prioritisation of some of those plan changes. So I think your issue there is an important discussion to have as part of that, because we've got a number of areas that need to be considered, and actually some of our nuancing around business zoning or industrial zoning needs to be fleshed out. So we've got industrial 1E, gateway is the definition, and it's a massively broad category. So we might end up trying to just nuance some of our zoning to be a bit more specific. That might be a redo of that as a tourism zone with some quite specific wording around that. So I think it's a conversation we have to carry into the next year or two.
Sorry, one more question. With regards to Nongataha and the expansion and development proposed in that area, growth, population, etc., when is the timeline for that?
There's a mix there, and it's hard on this plan, but there's almost like a little bit of a concentric circles. So if you look at Nongataha Village at the moment, because of the fast track process, 31 Nongataha Road, which is that strip between the railway track and the Waititi Bridge, may have to be early. Because of if it gets its fast track consent, you're meant to consequentially see its zoning change to be better aligned or to be corrected. Equally, you start heading north into the Break Farm in some of those areas that come directly off the roundabout Stembridge Road. So there is a potential that there's an inner circle of plan change or one single plan change we need to do for that first part of Nongataha. Again, it depends then on growth. So we'd monitor 3 years, 6 years. Is there the next release of land required that gets us onto the other side of the Waititi stream? So again, it's about monitoring and following the growth information that we're actually seeing on the ground as a driver for some of those plan changes. So I suppose the short answer is it goes almost in concentric circles out of Nongataha.
My understanding is a plan change takes quite some time.
That's correct.
If we are hoping that we want this achieved in the next 10 years, then we'd have to do these things pretty much now, wouldn't we?
And that's why I'm talking about one of those 1 to 3 year plan changes. I'll touch on it a bit later on. The other piece too, and it's probably flown under the radar slightly in the heat and discussions around Three Waters, is the RMA reforms, which have been passed. So we have a new Spatial Planning Act and a new Natural and Built Environment Act, which will see Rotorua Lake's individual control of its future go into a more of a regional context over the next 3 to 10 years. So to me, again, probably to Councillor O'Brien's comments earlier, we need to make sure we've got a really clear view of what's important to this community and its timing and its phasing and its needs, so that at least if we're now having to lobby to somebody else to try and put forward a plan change in the near future, we're in the best position to do that. So again, it's another piece of legislative changes which has fundamental impacts into the period of this LTP. So just quickly traversing again, there was a view around centres, And obviously the most critical centre in there is our inner city, our town centre. So its vibrancy, its success is critical. As we see growth and infill occurring in the rest of the district, there will be needing to be responses around that, and that will be part of that business and industrial land zoning. It may need to be deprioritised or put further back, so we get the right focus on the CBD to start with, and at least try and hold some of that demand towards the CBD. But again, that's part of that monitoring, that's part of that analysis we'll have to do going forward. Again, I've just briefly touched on this, which was, again, these pressure points around business. You can see there that I've mentioned some of those Ferry Springs areas which are potentially impacted by Utahina flooding. Might have to be one of these ones we support managed retreat in that kind of area, or land use change. Down, just to ensure that there's less chance of contaminants being washed out of those industrial areas into the Utahina and into the lake. But again, existing use rights are maintained, so it is a case of providing more economically viable options for expansion, redevelopment, as opposed to trying to zone people out. So that's part of this management options, is giving people the opportunity to grow out as opposed to force redevelopment out. So that just kind of finishes that bit of the context around the future development strategy piece. So again, that's the 30-year view, really critical for us to think about what that means operationally for my teams around plan changes and investment in plan changes and monitoring, and tracking what's actually happening around population growth, decline, stagnation, whatever it might be. But equally, it's critically important for Stavros in his planning for network upgrades, developments, and equally also critical from a funding perspective of growth should pay for that growth through development contributions where it occurs. So ultimately, the key here is actually to have capacity thought about is the most conservative approach. So it sounds counterintuitive, but because of how long it takes to do plan changes, it's more conservative to plan for more and not have to do it than it is to not plan for it and not prepare for it and have to catch up. That's when you get into real negative economic outcomes for a city or in your infrastructure planning. So I'll just leave that sitting there. I see a couple of questions popping out then.
What specifically around Ferry Springs are we looking to move? It's not Rui Street, or is it something else?
It's actually, it comes back a bit right up against the Utahina. I think it's towards, actually, I'm surprised it's shown there on the north. Actually, I think it's on the south. There's a couple of sites there that we probably need to work with the landowners on managing the potential flood risk onto those sites. So they do flood and they do pick up material. So there's a couple of ways that ourselves and the regional council need to talk to landowners about how do we manage the potential of contaminants entering the lake. So it might just be a business practice discussion. At worst there is how do we defend against it with those landowners. And ultimately, at the worst case scenario, there's a discussion then about saying, is there another option for that land that should be considered or encouraged with that landowner? Because with existing use rights, it's very hard to get any other outcome other than avoidance of some of the negative impacts.
So it's very selective in that space. Okay, thank you.
So just, has anybody from council actually gone out to some of the large, I guess you could say larger industrial partners in Ngāpuna and sat down and just had a coffee and said, hey, are you aware of where things are going, where the current thinking of council is with regards to the future of Ngāpuna, just so that they know, because they could be thinking the same thing. They could be looking at Peka Block or Nongotara and going, you know what, this site that we're on now is too small. But if they don't know, it might become as a bit of a shock, especially with some of them who have invested a lot of money to swap from one side of the road to the other. They might get a bit of a fright.
Can I suggest that perhaps It's one of those chicken and egg situations. So up until a point that elected members say through the staff, you should go have that conversation, they probably shouldn't, or they probably haven't, if you know what I mean. So if we progress down that track, or there's desire to, then I think that would be the appropriate time for us to then instruct staff to take whatever sort of action or conversations, if that helps, unless there's anything else that you wish to add.
No, I think that's the current state of it. I must admit there's the revocation of the bypass actually gave some certainty for landowners that had been absent for and neighbours and affected parties and iwi. It gave some certainty. So it actually let people start making some decisions about the future land use along there, and as a consequence you've seen some investments now occurring because they know with certainty the roading corridor that is going to remain. Now I think that's another lever that's going to help just keep slowly changing the focus of some of that area in a positive direction, but I certainly take the Mayor's comments that would be a direction for us just to wait.
So just one more from me. The submission from the Ngāpuna residents was not for a change from industrial to commercial surrounding Ngāpuna. It was to go straight to residential. I'm not sure how practical that is, and I don't know that there's a compromise that they'll be happy with, but we need to have a think about what we replace industrial with in that space.
Yeah, and I think you've touched on the fundamental issue there. If you change your zoning, someone's got existing use rights and existing performance standards that apply to them, and if anything, potentially you exacerbate the problem still further by allowing suddenly residential to start going into it in a really incoherent way. So the ambition's right. It's not a compatible land use right next door, but actually the ability to change over time is over time, and it's quite an investment for somebody. This doesn't read very well, so maybe I'll just describe this. So quite a few years ago, we produced a draft economic development strategic framework. It was in draft format and it was done pre-COVID. So for us, it sort of had three main themes, which was that Rotorua place of choice. I can't even read the second one, and the third one I can't read either, so I'm struggling with that on the slides. But we never finalised that draft strategic framework, mainly on the basis that we started heading into COVID. So we took the draft strategy and we started using it as our interim plan, with a view that whatever came post-COVID would be a new plan and a new focus. So we've continued to sort of focus on the draft actions that were in there and worked our way through those, but we never finalised the plan because probably the world has changed. So one of the things that we'll be carrying forward with you is one of our recommendations, which is the work we've done gives us a good steer of potential actions and investment opportunities, but actually in your term of council we need to start working on a new economic development strategy, so that probably towards the next LTP there's some real steer as to what the new set of priorities and actions as you as a council have undertaken. So again, this is one of those strategies we have currently. We've ticked off most of its key actions. They're either underway. You've got the opportunity now to say agree, disagree, pull back, stop, we need to pivot, but ultimately we're trying to now do the research and the planning towards getting you enough information to produce a new economic development strategy rather than finalising this one.
Just a quick question on that, and just for those who may need to see it, if you flick back, I'll read it.
Yeah.
There were, the 3 points were of the draft economic strategy framework were 1, Rotorua place of choice, 2, Rotorua the future of forestry, and 3, Rotorua ready for business. I'm really looking forward to creating a new economic development strategy framework. I think it's going to be a really exciting piece of work that we can undertake. The question I do have is, as we do that, I'm aware that there are a number of regional economic development strategies, both for the Bay of Plenty region and the Waikato region, of which we are a part of both. Yep. We sort of straddle the middle. So just a quick question. Understanding that those are regional, where would a local economic development strategy fit into that?
I would hope to say in the sweet spot of understanding our inter-regional positioning and the strengths we have and the focus we want to have as a community, and that goes to things like circular economy or bioeconomy development. That's certainly been a focus for some of the future Forestry Futures discussion. We've got some really unique opportunities to leverage certainly our forestry sector to go in a different direction, but there's other sectors we need to start looking at as well, and that's something to carry into that other pieces of work. I think critically too, it goes to my other issue. I think I mentioned about the RMA reforms. It's also making sure that we've got a strategy we're comfortable with to put on the table amongst those inter-regional conversations, because the investment allocation decisions are going to be potentially lifted above us if there is this new spatial planning framework. So a good FDS, robust HBAs, good economic development strategy, clear view of what our priorities are, it has become even more critical for us as a place if we're to elbow our share of investment and focus. So I suppose just picking up on this, and you've got it in your document set, this is just the summary slide that comes out of the Destination Management Plan. So that was a critical piece that fits within those overall documents. Certainly from Andrew's perspective, there was a significant process and a pretty wide sector involvement in producing the Destination Management Plan. There's some emphasis change based on what we've suffered in the way of post-COVID bounce back or not, the impacts to our reputation, and probably the systemic issues we've got around the attractiveness of our CBD. So those things haven't changed. They might have changed by degrees, but the focus is still right there. So certainly from Rotorua NZ's perspective, they still see this as a critical communication document and one to keep the focus on and working with their sector. As we move forward towards a new economic development strategy, no doubt they'll be looking to refresh this as well and build a different plan or a refreshed plan moving forward. So again, a lot of the actions we've talked about are sitting there, and you'll see the repetition across the various plans and documents we have. The choice that's clearly before us is, what do you want to put the emphasis on going into this LTP? How much can we afford to do, and how much can we afford to focus on those things over the next 3 years?
You asked the question, what emphasis do we want to put on for the LTP? Might I suggest that the one big thing is emergency housing on Fenton Street, and if we don't fix that, we're wasting our time in lots of other areas, I would contend. And how do we put more, how do we get a better result for Fenton Street for the benefit of the whole city?
Yeah. Good. Yeah. So the other parts of those is a lot of these actions were picked up from, so there was some work around emerging sectors. There's still an ongoing conversation with film, for example, but really some of the research that's been planned by my team is probably looking at higher investment sectors and or employment sectors, just to work through some of that. Infrastructure planning, vibrant city centre, that was the inner city planning stuff. So a lot of the stuff has been ticked off from that original draft economic development strategic framework. So there's been a lot of progress against the key actions. For us then it's a case of saying there's some outstanding or some slightly adjusted critical pieces there to say inner city is not just inner city, it also includes Fenton Street because of the issues that have been raised. This has got too many words on it, but it just picks up on the Forestry Futures Plan. So this was another facilitated piece of work done with the key stakeholders, and it was timed after this government had done a bunch of its own work in what they called their ITPs, Industry Transformation Plans. Government did a significant piece of work about what is the future for forestry themselves. We thought it was appropriate then for us as a centre of forestry in New Zealand was to make sure that we were sort of looking at that industry transformation plan, but equally recognising the sort of the unique opportunities that exist here in our community. We have a Crown Research Institute, we have significant Māori ownership and development within that space. So there's some really good opportunities, and the forestry sector is huge within our community. However, when you start looking at what's happened cyclone-wise, there's also a case of all of these plans needing to recognise some of those adverse risks environmentally. And of course, the other piece of it is we recently had a workshop with a world-renowned expert on cluster development. So again, that's trying to motivate some of those key sector players to say, actually, you need to bring yourselves together and get better coordination in some of the taking these kind of plans forward. So for us, it's more of a light touch facilitation support of the sector. But equally, some of the information that we're taking from here actually goes to some of the conversations we need to have about business zoning. The classic one I would say is the Scion campus is one we need to talk to Scion and iwi about as an innovation hub. It's probably not defined enough within our district plan to enable it to be really seen as a place that can develop into that space and be a centre for significant innovation development as a campus. So there's a bunch of sort of minor stuff that council can be involved in, and certainly some of the other stuff is around things like facilitators or coordinators for the sector to move forward. Some of the other stuff signalled in that draft economic development strategy was investment in our place, so place-based projects. So clearly there's a suite of those that are currently underway. I think for many of you, you would have assumed the forest project was complete. It hasn't been completed. It's actually been, the last substantial piece of it was redevelopment of the visitor centre. And that's been held up from the original concept to being more of an opportunity for iwi to directly invest in the visitor centre building itself, with us altering our investment footprint, which was about $1.5 million to go into the visitor centre, to actually just finish off the upgrade of the street environment or the roading environment. So I'm meaning that car park area which comes in off Long Mile and comes in under the tree walk into that area. So we really had kept that out of scope at the moment until we had finalised the visitor centre. So there's a potential $3 million left of the forest project, which was meant to go towards that, a loan from central government that would come via us potentially towards iwi to invest in that visitor centre, of which we'd be a tenant. And then for us to match that with the investment in upgrading the car park there, which has a huge impact on visitor and numbers through that area. So a really heavily utilised area. Maybe I'll stop at that point, and I can see a finger ready for a question.
Yeah. Just on that car park, so you're saying that actually hasn't transpired yet?
No, it hasn't. So we've been holding it, waiting for certainty around the visitor centre development, and then we would dive into looking at how we improve the design outcomes in there. So you'll know there's no curb and channeling. The water runoff goes straight into some drains on the side of it. It actually needs a lift of its standard to match the rest of what we've done on Longmore.
So potentially that leaves the door open for us to look at some sort of charging regime if we decide to go down that path?
I don't think we need that catalyst. I think we definitely need to put a permit process in place around the buses. I don't know if we'd quite get away with, I don't know if you were intending to say metered parking for all cars, but I would certainly say buses need to be in that space.
More thinking along the lines of what Novotel has put in. It's just a camera, it flashes your number plate and you've got a certain amount of time to pay it. Very simple.
What's the long-term aspirations for the landowners for Tokarangi Triangle? Do we know? Is it more of the same exotic species, something else?
Not formally, but with the return of that forest licence, and I think in 2042,
44.
I think there's an understanding of the value the triangle creates for visitors. So potentially, I think that's probably the best outcome as we work successfully with mana whenua and CNI on making sure there's a value proposition around the triangle from a tourism and a recreation perspective that's higher than the trees.
Yeah, that's good. Really where I'm coming from is what does the forest look like? Because it's, you know, the redwood's great, but further back into that triangle, it's becoming a weed mat that is not appropriate for I would have thought, our environmental aspirations. And you just need to come down Tarawera Road and look into that edge to realise what a mess it is. So I just think I'm not sure where the responsibility lies. I would imagine it's with Rotorua Lakes Council to manage what's going on in that forest better. And should that fit in the LTP somewhere?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'll talk to Rob Pikethley about that, and maybe that's something we just need to bring into the next discussion. Certainly there's a piece of work that has been commissioned through CNI on sort of a forest strategic plan. So that's, I think that starts going to trying to draw out iwi's aspirations for the forest's long-term development and how it should develop. So I think that actually will touch into some of that discussion. So the specific point you've raised there, I think, is something that needs to be part of that conversation.
How far away is that?
The work's underway at the moment, so probably within the next sort of 3 to 6 months, I would assume.
And what's our contribution to that? Is it a consultative process outside of mana whenua, or is it just internal?
It's a process that's mainly focused. I think the engagement is going to include go external. So at this stage, it was commissioned through the REC users group. So we're holding the pen for that. So we've got a consultant that we've agreed with CNI and mana whenua to undertake that piece of planning work. So it is being prepared. So it's really important from their perspective to understand the cultural values protection, environmental enhancement, and then how does recreation fit within that context. The second one there is obviously nearing completion is the lakefront. At the moment, probably the outstanding piece there is the private investment footprint, which was the commercial operations. Again, the challenges of COVID, the challenges of interest rates have again just made that a significant barrier. So we're still working through with the whakaui entities who were the successful tenderers around that development. So they are still working on trying to make the ROI work so they can undertake their commercial investment down there. Probably one of the issues that we've got, and it probably goes to a conversation I'll have later about inner city, is probably our emphasis on saying we've got a path upgrade that takes you from the lakefront back towards Eat Street. There's a sufficiency question there around that, and is that an opportunity to say, hey, we've got two incredibly valuable anchors of our visitors and our attractions to that lower end of the CBD. Have we got that connection right, and does that end up being a priority of a connector that needs to be developed? But I'll get to that later on in the presentation.
JP, I think with the Wakatoa finishing there in March next year too, it'll make a whole lot of difference for ensuring it's the pathway into Eat Street as well. But it'll be great for the area. Yeah.
Just one of the consequences, there's always unintended consequences when you get into something of this scale. Taking away that road that used to go along the lakefront. As Councillor Kiriopa has pointed out, that it's driven the less desirable elements who used to use that are now going to Ohinemutu and parking up down in their area. Is there some way that that can be managed? Is that our responsibility as a council to try and prevent that from happening through more SIPTED like lighting all that sort of stuff?
It's the first I've heard, so not sure what the response would be. Maybe that's something we just take offline, and if you can let me know where, maybe that's something I can talk to Stavros about, or certainly our community safety team about. Is there anything else we need to be thinking about in that space? But getting them off our lakefront sounds like a good first step.
I have a question around the Rotorua Aquatic Centre. I know when it was initially proposed there were 3 phases or stages. We're currently doing the second one. The third one was the other things like hydroslides. But I understand that at the time it was a proposal that also required commercial investment. As we look to set this new LTP, would there be the opportunity to re-look at the aquatic centre and what our community wants but can afford as well?
I'm just looking across at Thomas. It probably goes into Rob Kethley's area, but I think you're absolutely correct. One of the things that you've got is phase 3 is what's its purpose, what's its focus, and what does the community want? And again, that's an issue for you to take into your LTP considerations. Yes.
Thank you.
So that was a bit about the kind of planning context we've got and the key plans that are driving us there. Look, I've talked a bit about the preparation of our next economic development strategy, so heartened that you're interested in making sure we do that. One of the things we've done here is saying, look, there's some sectorial analysis that is being planned over the next few years. Manufacturing, again, it's a case of saying what are the development opportunities are there for a light industrial commercial. We're zoning land. What are the opportunities logistically for us being in a good location? Retail trade services, you've got in your Stella some of the first bit of analysis of retail on Tūtanakai Street. Again, highlights probably a lot of bleeding of higher end retail out of the district and the implications for that. Probably the most substantial spend that occurs from domestic and international visitors is simply food and beverage. So some of the spend that gets done on Tūtanakai is actually at the lower end of Tūtanakai from Greg's Place and some of the other cafes right through to Eat Street. So it is food and beverage spend predominantly. So again, it just talks to the health of our retail sector. And if we're to promote a high street type environment, we do need to support that over time. So some analysis of that is underway. Healthcare and social services, growth industry. And it's going to keep growing. So again, where's our place? We're getting some more care homes developed here. And again, that will put more pressure eventually on private hospitals and hospital care. So a really important, valuable, higher value sector. Construction, clearly we're trying to weather the storm of economic recession and building costs and interest rates, but actually if we're to achieve a healthy market of new home development, we need a construction sector that's vibrant and effective. Agriculture, the rural sector outside of forestry, agribusiness, again, some research in that space. We've got a lot of pressures around nitrogen moving forward, and unless there's a major shift, the pain on the farming sector will continue to increase around emissions and nitrogen, carbon, and then geothermal. What are the opportunities here? So some sectorial analysis that we think is really important for 2 purposes. Feeds into that next draft of our economic development strategy, but equally gives us some guidance specifically around the zoning questions around what we need to do with our different industrial commercial zonings and quantums. So that's two specific purposes of that research, the immediate land use and more into the strategy part. No.
Just drawing on the conference that I attended, Christchurch, they did a presentation on their path forward, and one of them was, obviously working with iwi partners, and they've taken a piece of land that wasn't being used properly, was in fact being trashed. And they've revitalised that, but also turned it into an aviation development hub. almost like New Zealand's first spaceport, believe it or not, other than the one out at Gisborne Way, other than that, Mahia Peninsula. So this is another one. So you talked about Scion being a potential innovation hub, and that location in the Redwoods is obviously quite unique. I don't see anything there about technology. I look at what Portawa's doing with his business, those kind of new exciting avenues with online, and how can we tap into that? How can we nurture that here and get our rangatahi involved in something that they're passionate about that could actually earn revenue for us going forward?
Yeah, I think maybe it's not the session for it, but I think there is that key discussion that you have to have about prioritisation. One of the hardest things around any strategy is focus. So I think once we get back some of this detail and some of those opportunities, it's your ability to influence, it's your ability to impact, and it's also your ability to prioritise. So the dilution is often the biggest challenge. Certainly when we did this strategy the first time round, the farming sector was quite clear in saying, actually, we're organised. We know what we're doing. If anything, stay out of our way, councils, and just let us get on with our businesses. So again, it helps prioritisation when someone volunteers to say, just leave us alone. We're comfortable in managing ourselves really well. But I think on a number of individual sectors, there is opportunity to say, so how do we leverage that? My key piece, and look, that first bullet point is probably the critical one. Where have we got an advantage? Where have we got the opportunity to leverage something here that is genuine, as opposed to trying to invent ourselves as something new? I think that's a really dangerous set of strategy development pathways. Certainly incredibly high risk. You actually need to have the kernels of an advantage on which to leverage, and I think that's why the bioeconomy, leading potentially to some different manufacturing, circular economy stuff, is actually an opportunity that can be built off a number of sectors and our Crown Research Institute if it's used effectively. So I'm not discounting that. I think it's part of that strategy conversation we're going to have sooner rather than later.
And the other point you touched on was our ailing retail sector, that we are losing our, I guess you could say, marquee retailers to other towns. From what I can see, there's an opportunity for something new and exciting coming here. That's all we have to, we need to encourage or find something different, because Tauranga has already got the Westfield kind of complex over there. We're never going to compete with that. So for us to reverse that flow, we have to find something new, because we are surrounded by a huge population base that would drive. Taupō's what, 50 minutes? You know, they're all about 50 minutes. So they would drive here if there's something to attract them. We know we've got all the exciting recreational activities and a great food and beverage scene, but we need that retail scene to get them to stay longer and spend more. So we need to find that nugget.
I agree. And a strong, vibrant, locally focused Tūtanakai High Street is pretty critical to that. I think you're starting to suggest something probably more wider as an attractant for retail, but certainly meeting a higher quality, higher value piece for our international visitors and our domestic visitors would be a first place to start. Particularly if it's mixed in amongst places that people are already going to from a food and beverage or walking through our CBD or walking back from the lakefront. So again, that's part of that inner city conversation that will be critical for us. And then I think there's a bigger question that you're raising.
I've got an opinion on all of that, but we won't share it here. The geothermal regional council signalled that they've got a new plan, or I'm not sure what it is exactly. How does that fit into what you're thinking about? And maybe a workshop on what they're proposing for us, and so we understand the implications of that. I'd like to understand how fragile our geothermal fields are where does Indigenous rights to that fit, and then what is the capacity to overlay industrial use of the geothermal fields? I don't know, but I think we should be informed in that space ahead of any change of thinking.
You're absolutely right. The city field is a display field, incredible cultural values, surface features, really difficult to see value being generated off it other than culturally appropriate ones or limiting because of its need to be protected. I suppose you're getting into some of our other fields, so you're right, there's some other fields which can be used, and I think probably that regional plan document that's being released at the moment probably does deserve a presentation by the Regional Council, just to give you that sort of picture.
Just further to that, JP, we hope to have that coming up in an INE meeting, potentially in November. We'll just see whether we can get the council here to do that for us.
So I'm just conscious of tea and coffee at some point.
We'll break about 11 a.m.
Okay.
if that's okay with everyone. Quick question. Oh, would people like a break now? 11 a.m. okay? Okay, I will do 11 a.m. Quick point on the agribusiness and agriculture part. Can we just consider, or can we make sure that we're engaging the Rural Community Board on that piece as well? And then I just have like a really general question. When we look at economic development, and when I think about things like retail trade, healthcare, all of it, jobs and attracting the necessary skills are actually one of the key issues. So can you just give us like a real brief on what council's role in that actually is, understanding that there are other government policies such as immigration that actually impact on our ability to fill the many vacancies that we have in Rotorua, and what then is the role of council to either provide or to advocate for solutions to these issues that we're facing across these different industries. So I suppose the question is, what is the role of council in this?
The level of role is a choice you need to make as a council. I'd probably go back to economic development spectrum. You start at one end, which is the minimalist approach, which is we have a regulatory and a taxing environment that's clear, and we have land availability, and that's clear, and we have infrastructure investment, and that's clear. So that's sort of piece number one. Piece number two probably goes to the second part that councils try to do, which is to say, and by the way, we're actually a great place to live. So we've made sure that we're an attractive community, safe, has good schools, again outside of our swim lane, but something that we can at least promote and tell people about. And we've got a vibrant city and lots of attractions, so it's a nice place to live. So that's the other part of that economic link up, which is the right environment to invest in, and then the second one, the right environment for people to want to live here. It's really the other part of that resourcing. So that's piece number one. Councils then find their way into having economic development agencies who help giving out that information and do the promotions, the old classic live, work and play, live, work, play, invest type approaches that they do to make sure that information is available to our businesses to help attract people here, and also have that information about how to grow. So that's the sort of the minimalist approach of good economic development. I suppose the piece we start touching on then is, where else do we go? So that's where we start talking about writing strategies and starting to talk about things of some form of incentives, interventions or support. And support, certainly for something like a tourism sector, is marketing. So that's the classic place for us to do, market the destination, because the players are too small and too uncoordinated to do it themselves. Some, of course, are capable of doing it themselves, but the majority aren't. So that's that whole destination marketing. So the next piece goes into the danger zone for a lot of councils, which is directly involved in either partnering or investing or doing things themselves. And I think we've always been really conservative going near that, and that's where we come back to. So again, we've been quite clear over the last few years that when we got to that middle zone and we were in support, the direct hands-on support was particularly to Māori entities. The huge untapped resource of our community is a lot of Māori entities that have significant land holdings, a lot of beneficial outcomes and owners, and therefore there was a view that is there an opportunity to provide some direct support on feasibilities, business case preparation, links into central government. So that's why we've always had an emphasis on supporting Māori entities to try and leverage their investment and what is a scalable benefit back to our community. So hopefully that's a reasonably clear picture. For us, I suppose one of the issues that we're going to have to get to then is leaving it then with just having done our basics only gets you so far. We're almost into this question around retail interventions, whether that's upgrading the public environment or providing some sort of incentives or support to de-risk or to give some financial upside to stimulate a different outcome is probably the part of the strategies you'll have to get to. So at this stage, it's the carefully, we focus on the first two parts. Is that okay, Your Worship?
Just, you touched on education. I wonder whether we should consider a gap analysis. We went to I went to a presentation at the Arawa Park Hotel. One of the universities was thinking about coming here. You know, what's the strength of our Toi Oho Mai currently? Where is that headed? You know, private school. You know, I think there is a gap for our city. I don't know where we go with that, and I don't know what council's part in that is, but I think there is a gap we're not serviced that well, I would suggest, and understanding that might be appropriate.
Yeah, I didn't mention the Toi Oho Mai campus, but it would certainly be one of the ones I think needs to be talked about with Toi Oho Mai, and is it as a significant campus and an education potential, giving us what we used to get, and I think most people would say no. So that's I think a latent opportunity for us as a community, and I think it does go to your gap discussion, Greg. How do we keep our people here? How do we make sure they're training for their next job and able to fill our roles within our community? And again, it's that diversified economy piece here, which is critical, I think, to a whole bunch of other additional benefits. So yeah, I totally agree. And that certainly should be a priority for us. So just dropping down a level, I've mentioned that you've got a part of what we've got currently in stream is just support and around the Peka block, made a commitment around infrastructure investment. Helen Beckett and the Trust are coming back next week to give you an update on where they're up to on their stage 1, stage 2. Certainly that is a project which is about infrastructural enablement for growth and should be one we consider going forward into the DC's discussion. So a later decision for you to build that kind of conversation, and really important opportunity for us to start dealing to our deficit in industrial commercial land, particularly in the heavier space. So been zoned for a long time. Starting to move, which is critical. So this is an ongoing project into this LTP.
The important thing is getting all that industry light or whatever can choosing to go there, or what Don said earlier might be to Nongata, but the important part is moving from there that Ngāpuna have tried for years and years and years.
Yeah, there's a healthy set of decisions businesses need to make. This is not a magic silver bullet that will mean someone picks up hundreds of millions of dollars worth of plant and moves out because it's the right thing to do. There's some economic reality in all of this as well, so it will take time. But again, it's providing the opportunities for people to see other alternatives within our district, and I critically say within our district. Last thing we want to do is lose some of our businesses out of district because they do not have expansion space or consolidation or redevelopment space. So we need to protect what we've currently got. ensure the best environmental outcomes moving forward, but also provide that opportunity for reinvestment and additional jobs. Of which, of course, our own airport land and the next step of that project is also critical. So the airport is doing some of its due diligence around the technical studies. Stavros is looking at the intersection treatment for Eastgate and for the airport, so a really important project that will also come into the LTP, and at some point Council will be in a position to say, yes, we think that it's viable, doable, what's the phasing and who should do it and how should it be undertaken, so something to carry into subsequent decisions of Council, not an automatic decision that it will be us and it will be paid for through Council. So important set of conversations. Once we've finished A, due diligence on feasibility, B, potential around phasing, and then C, what's the mechanisms or best way of ensuring we get that investment, and critically probably the partnership relationship with Urenuku Kaupaki.
So I take it on State Highway 30 there, you've got the left-hand side where the airport is, but isn't there some on the other side, the right-hand side, next to the current development back towards the city? Isn't that land also being considered for development?
Yeah, and that's a critical potential for the future development strategy. So if I swing in, there's 8 hectares to the north, which is recently sold, and a development is starting to occur on this block, which is currently zoned. So that plugs directly into the Eastgate area. The traffic movements start hitting the threshold here that there needs to be a treatment of more than just a left in and a sort of, intersection. So hence the design work that Stavros is doing. There's a hanging road to the south, which would facilitate that future discussion about is there another strip through here that could be a more of a business park opportunity in that space as well. Again, it's signalled in the future development strategy, but obviously that does not guarantee it through a series of next steps, which is like plan changes. So, but at least in a way, we've got the infrastructure in place that A, it can be serviced off one intersection, and B, it plugs into what is as a precinct, as an eastern gateway.
Is that land currently zoned for industrial, commercial?
Only that northern piece. The southern piece was a proposed future for the FDS. Sorry, and our land is zoned.
What's the shaded bit right up against the highway in the airport, on the airport land?
Oh, that piece there?
Yeah.
So that's a piece of NZTA land. So if you remember, that's a strip that is being passed into that disposal process by NZTA from their former Tauranga, the Eastern Arterial. So it swung back through there and joined up with the strip that went in parallel to Vaughan's Road. So that's a piece of NZTA land at the moment.
Is that still on the radar? Safety in and out of the airport?
I think what Stavros has got in his proposal was obviously a treatment there that was always talked about as a roundabout. I think there's some alternative options being discussed. Obviously, you would want to have the safest egress out of the airport, which is currently up here somewhere, the current exit. But again, it's this question of phasing. If you end up with, say, a set of lights here, that would improve the safety of the current airport exit. So it might buy us some more time for development. But look, that's part of the capital expenditure growth related projects to unlock industrial land that we need to bring into the discussion for the LTP. So Stavros will cover those off. And I've just talked already about those ones. Need to finish off these projects and make sure they're in place to hopefully contribute to our significantly returning domestic and international visitors as a high quality destination, and really also hoping to see that matched iwi investment going into those sites to really get the best out of those. So that's pretty critical for us, and we'll keep coming back with a bit more of an update around things like that last piece of the Provincial Growth Fund loan. Just talk to you about that probably at the committee meeting next week. But again, it's just where those projects are up to, and it's the critical finishing icing on the cake, I think, for those investments.
I'd just like to signal when the lakefront development engagement first took place, Council informed Ohinamatu Village that they could expect 10 times the amount of visitors to the village, and offered as part of the development to create an archway to welcome people into the village. And what the village said they needed was actually signage and fences to keep the increased visitors safe within the village, as well as some beautification. The fund at the time didn't cover any of that to occur within the village. Council did give the Village Residents Association $30,000 to do a village plan about what that might look like. So I'm just signalling that within the LTP, the village will be coming back to Council to say they would like funding to action that plan, and the majority of that plan is around if tourists are coming back in big numbers, keeping them safe when they visit the village, because currently it's up to residents to tell people keep away from that, because there's not appropriate fencing or signage around the hot pools in the village. Thank you.
Just the last bit, and probably a good place to think we might finish for before morning tea, was just Rotorua NZ. So in the left, hard to read, is those 4 key objectives they have. Obviously, from this year's annual plan, you've given a direction through those KPIs to us to look at prioritising a reputation rebuild and the brand for the city. And so Rotorua NZ are currently working on a plan. Now that's to build sort of some pride within our local community, to build the value discussion around tourism as an important sector for our community and a valuable sector to our community, but equally also to start looking at the marketing and promotion that's required for us just to start making up some of the gains or make up the deficit that we've incurred because of the reputational impact of emergency housing and some of that information over the last few years. So that will require additional funding. Without any doubt. Rotorua NZ's level of funding has been fairly consistent, and they've been working on efficiencies going forward, but this would be a substantive increase that needs to be considered into the LTP process. So that's when I go back to focusing on what we currently have. This is certainly a service level one that's pretty important. And again, repeating, we've had the niggle from the business community about the fairness of our current rating regime. You know, a significant amount of accommodation being used through Airbnb, and probably that bounce back has been more substantive than other areas. We haven't quite reached peak Airbnb. I think from Andrew's team, we're currently sitting at about 1,000. That fit within that some level of accommodation provision. I think peak Airbnb or peak accommodation in private homes was about 1,300 back in about 2019, 2018. So we haven't quite got back to that level. I suppose as we start rebuilding and investing in our reputation, we start getting more visitors. If we've still got carrying the legacy, it will be a preferred accommodation type. It's a valuable piece for our accommodation and a really valuable place for our offering. But it's this question about the fairness of that when compared to some of those other business sectors. So key question for you is, what do you want to do about it? It's been raised a few times through those submission processes, annual plan. I do think there's an opportunity here to say, if we start addressing that from a fairness perspective, that potentially gives us a revenue stream which may help in that uplift of funding for Rotorua NZ. So critical issue for you to take into the next phase of discussions.
Just on that, Since the annual plan, quite a bit of time has passed. One of the roadblocks to us moving on this idea back then was the actual ability to track and identify who these Airbnbs are. Has that been rectified in the last few months?
To make sure that you're in the position to make the most informed discussion you can around policy settings, we're starting to do some investing in some research into that space. So it's a case of doing some technical terms, scraping of different websites to get a picture of how much people are advertising, availability, numbers of premises, so that we're in a better position to do some modelling for you of what the policy options are if you want to consider it. So again, I keep saying if that's something for you to make a decision on, but the best thing we can do is make sure we've got a good set of robust information on which to make some of those decisions. So we're doing that work now.
Excellent. The other point I'd like to make, and this is just my opinion, but I know I wouldn't be supporting investing a big chunk of extra money in marketing dollars until we've got on top of the issue we have.
Yeah. Understand that. Yep. Yeah. So, councillors, I suppose, look, we've just got, you can see there, and I've just got a couple of quick slides. These were sort of me just summarising some of the things we just touched on through this conversation. So restoring that reputation, that work we're doing with Rotorua NZ, it would be a 1 to 3 year focus at the minimum. Potential funding question there. I think it needs to have a domestic focus before, a local focus before it goes to a domestic and international focus, and that might address some of your issues and also give us time to make sure we've addressed the fundamental, which is our motels are used for emergency housing. Forestry futures, there's a few actions specifically around for council involvement, mainly policy, OPEX implications. Cluster development is this coordination piece here. So at the moment, Rotorua NZ, on the back of an enthusiastic set of conversations around clusters, hoping that the sector itself will fund that, but there's a potential there. We might just be saying, look, there's a proportion of funding for a coordinator for the forestry group that may need to be considered out of Rotorua NZ's existing budgets. So reasonably small. Destination management plan, obviously a lot of work still to do there. Biggest focus for them is just making sure we're being clear about the value proposition as a place to work, live, play, invest, so their traditional role, and equally also they're advocating around supporting those two main provincial growth fund projects to get them across the line. And then fees and charges, forest recreation plan, and then obviously some user charges discussions in there. Are we seeing that being recycled successfully into investment in what I keep describing as our regional park, probably inappropriately, but I think it's an incredible resource for us as a park. Future development strategy, really, and I'll talk a bit more about it. We've invested heavily in the district policy team. We don't have a lot of people, but we spend a lot of money to make sure we were doing our Plan Change 9, we were getting our future development strategy in place. I certainly would be bringing before you the ambition that we continue to roll out our plan changes as quickly as possible, and I described the three main ones, a residential expansion one, flooding and hazards to make sure we're covering that off, and industrial commercial while we still can. Is probably my wording around where we've got to with the Spatial Planning Act. So while we're in masters of our own destiny, making sure we're starting to implement those plan changes to enable our economy to go forward. And I've talked about the stuff that's underway currently towards building an economic development strategy, some of that sectorial analysis that feeds into that and gives us some robust analysis on which to focus some of our interventions more specifically. Airport Business Park, getting that clarity around go, no go, how much, how far, and what mechanisms is something that we need to do quite quickly. And probably I will just touch on a couple of other pieces of council property that sit there, probably not being used as effectively or as significantly as they could do, is what's the Infracore site way larger than what we actually use. What are the options for that? So I think there's a genuine discussion we need to have around a scarcity of industrial commercial land like Infracore site, and certainly are we getting the best outcomes around our recycling centre site. So two sort of commercial industrial sites that I think are underutilised and undervalued for us. So something to take into the discussions around what are the options, what should we be doing. So that's kind of that economic focus to date. Hopefully that's it's a clarity around we're continuing the focus on the stuff we've started. There is some big rocks in there and they won't be moved easily, but certainly that's the main focus of this bit. So I'll stop at that point. Inner City was after morning tea.
Just a question on the airport business park. They've signalled that they'll pay down $2 million worth of debt. What's the state of their balance sheet, and should they carry it as a standalone investment into the business park, or do we have to carry it ourselves?
Their balance sheet won't be the issue. It'll be the ability to service the debt costs and what revenue streams will be derived to support that. So ultimately, the directors of the company would need to make a decision on the business case on what sort of return that they could achieve. And I think in the current market, probably a few years ago when long-term interest rates for council and organisations were 2.8s and 2.9s, they're now 6%. I think the proposition from a pure economic perspective might be a little bit more difficult to get across the line without some other form of intervention.
You'll speak to us about the direction of interest rates going forward. You got an opinion on that, I'm sure?
Yes, as part of the LTP discussions, and as I mentioned at the workshop yesterday, PricewaterhouseCoopers, or PwC as they're known now, do the modelling for us. We already have indications of where they are projected to go. But as you can imagine, there is quite a bit of uncertainty in the world at the moment, but they are projected to stay at their current levels for the medium term at least.
Well, on that note, I think we'll break now for morning tea and we'll return at 11:30.
Welcome back, everyone. Oh, that sounds a bit louder. Shall we make a gradual start while people walk in? Have we lost the mayor for a bit? Okay. So this one here, you can see a little tiny box lined in on revitalisation, inner city and Fenton Street. So again, a similar approach, just proposing of what's our context, what's our plans that have been sitting there, where do they come from, and what framework do they provide, and is that useful for you to consider going into this LTP? I think the key piece of this one is if we treat that as a physical plan, there is a heck of a lot of services and wider discussions that have to hang off that, things like community safety initiatives, all of our bylaws, street trading, parking, all of it sort of hangs off that kind of framework we put in place. So you can sort of go sideways, I suspect, quickly off this. Sorry, that was the previous one. So less words. From the overall focus there, revitalisation of the inner city Fenton Street corridor, direction for that revitalisation was the objective, so trying to get that blueprint confirmed. So obviously we did a bunch of work a few years ago. That's work that you may choose to agree with or disagree with, and at which point we can refocus that. But certainly I can give you a bit of a background of where it's come from and what those inputs were into setting up that framework that we currently have. And then most importantly then is, so what does that mean for an investment picture going forward? We had an inner city revitalisation strategy which had lasted us a few years. We went through a lot of trouble rebooting that maybe about 8 years ago. We put a lot of focus onto it for the first couple of years, and then other priorities overtook it. So we kind of lost our focus in the inner city, which I think for a lot of those people who were engaged in the inner city was incredibly frustrating. They felt that it needed sustained focus, and it didn't receive that sustained focus. So when we sort of picked up the inner city discussion again, we asked DCA, Darryl Church Architects, basically to look back across 14 odd years of plans that had been put in place for the inner city, and just do a bit of an evaluation of what's different, what's been the focus, and how successful have we done that. Separate to that, of course, a group that Councillor Brown was involved in was the COVID Crisis CBD Development Sector Group, and I'll refer to a bit more detail about some of their recommendations. And then probably almost exactly the same time that work was presented, infrastructure team had done a roading review using WSP to look at what's the roading requirements. Now, one of the issues that comes into stark contrast between those two pieces is suddenly the CBD is an obstacle through which our roads travel, east and west. So a different set of objectives to the inner city focus, and so we've just got to reconcile those two differences. That led obviously collectively across those things to the inner city spatial framework, and issues around the inner city were also tagged in that destination management plan for obvious reason. We have a very low utilisation of our inner city for a major tourism centre. So the retail doesn't exist, food and beverage does, but we probably don't get enough value out of our city that we should as a key destination. And that's always been the nature of it. We're not a city that had all those hotels in our inner city. We had the Golden Mile of Fenton Street. So some of that concentration of people who should have been in there walking, shopping and enjoying our inner city is not quite the same as other centres. So a challenge and a barrier for us moving forward. So, yeah.
Just wondering, JP, how large is our CBD footprint compared to peer cities like Napier, Hastings, Palmerston North, New Plymouth?
It's a very good question, and one of the early pieces of work, and we're probably about double the footprint of Napier or Hastings. So I'm trying to remember, there was a study that was done, I think it was 2006, where there's specifically a couple of diagrams, and I should pull them out, which just gives you that physical geographical area comparison for Napier and Hastings to ourselves. They were chosen as sort of good provincial centres of similar size and a similar character, and it does go to one of our fundamental challenges, that we were a centre for a whole bunch of government services, and we had a very large CBD footprint, and it's never changed. So it is one of the barriers to get that investment and that focus is our large footprint.
So when you say the CBD, was that study done before the mall was built or after?
Post. It's post the mall.
Post the mall. So, that would make
seriously, I'll find the diagrams. I think that they're extremely good for just highlighting how significant our physical footprint is, and it does go to a lot of dissipated growth, and hence also the reason why we haven't gone up as high, is when you've got that much land area, you tend to stay low. Not really. It's more a case of just value of land and how much you're prepared to put into the ground to get out of the ground. You know, you could turn around and say the Novotel is an example of it can be addressed. So the DCA stock take, apologies for anyone looking in the same direction as me, it just identified some of the key building blocks which have been repeated in all of our strategies. So just that real kind of focus on saying, look, we've got our high streets to Tanakai, we've got anchors of a lake and a mall at two ends, so we've got a very long main street. We've got some really neat opportunities when we think about our city as actually being ringed by reserves. Government Gardens, the lakefront and Rotorua Park, really special location, and Pukeroa Hill on the front. So we have some good hemming in characteristics that make us a really good walkable location with high value recreation spaces around it. And that creates this need for a north-south and an east-west connectors, which has been a repeated theme. So again, I'll go through the slides in a bit more detail, but it just goes to sort of the framing of the city, and really goes back to the township agreement. We were a well-planned city right from day one, thanks to Whakaui. So some of the takeouts that DCA identified in the report was that need for that clear vision about what we're trying to achieve. There's probably no surprises to you there, and also a really clear delivery strategy, and probably the issue, and it's been talked about before, which is the sustained approach to it. If you're planning on taking some steps, follow through and do the action plan. One of the problems we've had is we keep writing new plans, and then certain actions are cherry picked out of them, and we never kind of get the coherent delivery and impact into our CBD that we should have over time. So lots of plans, lots of started plans, and not followed through in a meaningful way to get the sort of the changes we need. And certainly their view was always to come back around to the recurring and consistent theme was you need to do something with Tūtanakai Street. That's your spine, that's your focus. Build off that as your key plank. So I'll come back to what that's meant for us as a planning framework, but then during the COVID period there was the sector groups that were established. People gave up some time, a significant amount of time, to come back and really focus on, so what could we or should we start thinking about post-COVID. So it was in the deepest, darkest period when a lot of people were incredibly worried about their own businesses, but the leaders came together and tried to take put that part aside and start thinking about where do we need to go post-COVID. And so the Initiative Group sort of came up with these key drivers in their view around those objectives. So an attraction in its own right, and I've spoken to that, it should be. It should be a critical part of any visitor's stay here, and another important contributor to people staying longer and enjoying our city. Convenience and leverage, connecting the key places of interest, making it good, walkable, coherent city that's attractive. Exciting place that is safe and has that mix of people living, working and playing within that area, and also improved investment outlook, critical uptake, which is people just not sitting on vacant properties or undeveloped properties. There's actually a reason to invest.
JP, I thought those groups were very good, very focused. They gave a presentation at Richards, which is now called Aroa Park, yep. And it was a full room, and many really appreciated what came out of those things. So a bit of a bouquet for those groups that got together.
Yeah, and look, I think for all of those groups, the frustration is we put a lot of effort in during that time. We gave you a plan. What are you doing with it? And really, this is that prioritisation issue. We didn't. There was plenty of other stuff, and council was trying to get a whole bunch of other stuff done. So the thinking, the work, the reviews that have been underway by DCA, we've got a really coherent set of information to tell us what we should be doing and where we should be going. And I think this is why it's a key input into this discussion for you: is how does this fit with your priorities, and what do you want to do with it? So I won't go to the next discussion, but you'll see that a lot of the stuff that's coming through was consistent with things like the DCA report, and it's that mix of interventions, like activations, direct improvements in particular areas, but also coherence with how we operate within the CBD, which has always been another critical problem. We'll be over here, we'll invent a new brand and a new style, but we haven't dealt with what is over in this corner over here. So that real asset management, the coherence on a whole bunch of things is an issue for us. So the first piece there was really looking around sharing ideas as well, trying to get people engaged and understanding what the plan was, get involved in it, get excited about it, that there is a vision and a plan for the city. And so again, that was intended to try and encourage people to start thinking and buying in from a private space perspective. The other part too is just to really understand the walkability and the focus of precincts and blocks and the mix of what should be in some of those areas. So again, nothing outrageously new other than good thinking, good practice that came through for a whole bunch of stuff that's been repeated in multiple strategies. It's actually just putting it into place. I'll click through them because there's a number of these slides, and maybe then we can just come back to a more detailed conversation. You know, a real desire to try and connect major attractions, sort of again the idea of electric vehicles or specific tourism buses which start linking up Fenton Street between some of our major attractions and down to the lakefront. Remove and reposition the cycleways, so there's an action that was taken through because it really wasn't serving a purpose. And now, of course, we've got some changes going around what happens with 30km/h speed limits, or is that a relevance now to even have specific cycleways through the CBD. Parking and strategy review, so again it's this, where does parking fit within that, how do we look after the pedestrian part of it but making sure that there's plenty of parking spaces and things are walkable within the CBD to keep that and enable that retail focus within there. Rental subsidy, see this becomes part of those questions about whether we cross into things like saying for anchor tenants or for key shops that we want to see in there, do we actually have to start creating some incentives? Really fraught discussion and really dangerous discussion from a policy perspective. But again, it's that view of is there incentives that try and get us the key anchor investments of some of those attracting stores within our retail space. So really hard to pick winners in that space and very dangerous area, I would suggest. But that's part of the work we're currently doing around the retail composition on Fenton Street. understanding aspirations and a more detailed understanding of what's happening within the CBD. Obviously, there's the annual survey that used to be done by Telfer Young, who are now called CBRE. And again, one of the documents we included was a bit of an analysis of Fenton Street in there about occupancy rate, which does highlight with more detail what we might need to do block by block in supporting that. So again, that better information on which to make some informed decisions in that space. But you can see this is definitely around that investment and that support space.
Just a question on research and statistics, etc. When we're looking at Rotorua as part of a larger picture, basically being Aotearoa, is there any information about or projections, I guess, that maybe the government may have done from the tourism and economic side, maybe MB, somebody like that, that are saying that in the next 10 years, New Zealand's population is expected to get to X, Y, Z, that our tourism income or tourism numbers are expected to get to X, Y, Z, obviously barring any nasty things that happen outside of that, so that we can go to these large retail chains, whoever that might be, and say, Rotorua is perfectly positioned. It's not being utilised to its full potential right now. It is still one of the #1 destinations in New Zealand for international and local visitors. Is there information that we can use to sell that to a potential investor?
Yes. That material is sourced by people like Infometrics and other consultancies. So Rotorua NZ does a lot of work looking at retail spend information, particularly from the tourism space. So we've also got access around retail spend, so card spend information, so we can actually also see how much leakage occurs from the likes of ourselves into spending outside of the district as well. So there is some good analysis information that can support those kind of business case. Visual attractiveness, signage, display boards, information. You go to international cities, they tell the stories of their place, and we're incredibly lucky with the stories of our place. The names of our city were brought together when the city was being planned. So as far as the city concerned, we're quite unusual for that, thanks to the township agreement. And the names of our street reflect incredibly important names for Koei, as opposed to names of successful privateers across India, would be some of the many names that appear in other New Zealand cities from a particular period of history where that occurred. So very unusual for us, and the basis of the wayfinding project and the storytelling, cultural overlay stuff that we're currently underway. So again, some of these things are being done to a limited extent, but I think the fundamental from what I'm showing you here is that we've got the context and the basis of a really good integrated plan. If we come back around to it with your support to say, hey, now we need to start picking these things off and prioritising these actions going forward with a focus on the inner city. Again, our activations are critical to try and boost the hours of operation. Our markets should be encouraging, not discouraging hours of operation and extending those, but also we need to make sure that the community safety plan that we're putting in place also addresses some of our fundamentals. We can't get a thriving inner city until people consider it as a great place to go that is safe. So really important changes. So that was just sort of a quick traverse down through some of those actions. Do you want to just talk a bit more about those?
Sorry, I'm just going to highlight what's missing, and that's we've got climate adaptation as one of our priorities, and I don't see anything around biophilic, water-sensitive infrastructure within that vision at all. And I mean, I love it. I'm sure we all do, but you could green that up in a beautiful way, and I don't see that that's currently part of the vision.
Yep. Cool. So any other comments or questions?
Thank you, JP. Coming from this from the point of view of not wanting to repeat previous mistakes with the benefit of hindsight, and I know it's a wonderful gift to have. So we say that our CBD footprint is far too large, but we allow them all to go in, which obviously there's been several previous businesses that used to be located in the CB, and that's competition, I get that. Yep. But then we also allowed things like the banks to go in there, which have obviously taken a substantial amount of customers away from our CBD. Then we allowed things like Motion to go out, Linmore. Then we allowed Trade Central. So yeah, absolutely, I agree, probably our CBD footprint is too large. But is it fair to say that that's probably been a failure of our planning or us just allowing development which has actually hurt CBD and therefore the city, again, in retrospect, I'm just concerned that, again, we're also, if we're going to spend money on this, that we're also protecting this money and this investment by not allowing further depletion, because if we spend all this money and then in 10 years we allow another mall and we allow another one, or the current mall expands and takes another 20 retailers away, we'll have spent again, like the Cycleway and other investments that we've done, where we've repeated problems, but we've chucked money at a problem to try and fix it, but haven't actually achieved our objectives. So please feel free to talk about that if you'd like.
I think this is that thing about being strong on a vision and a focus on it. You're absolutely right. It's hard. We've received submissions during the FDS process that do highlight that. You know, if you're trying to create a strong CBD, you need to stop leakage into other areas. Equally, we've had presentations from landowners who seek to further enable their sites outside of the CBD. So everyone owns a piece of land. They would like to think they can do everything they possibly can with it under the sun. But we actually have to make some integrated planning decisions. So you're right. That's the hard rub for an elected body and plan changes and focuses on strategies, is making sure we double down on what's our purpose. So we're certainly trying to enable the inner city, and that was the housing enablement that came through PC9. Give it the opportunity to introduce more people easier into investment in the inner city as an area to live as well. But your comments around leakage and the impacts of large format, I think that's a national problem. But again, it's the questions about allowing the dial to just be continually turned and more flexibility applied, which creates that leakage. I think the biggest thing we did to correct one of the previous problems was the Whakatau block. We had too big a CBD, and then we allowed that to be zoned as a commercial. You know, it was the most counterintuitive decision of its era. So we've undone that, but the existing use rights exist there. So until we create a higher value alternative use, it's hard to claw that back. So I think the key here is carrots and sticks, and one of those is managing our zoning decisions and being strong on we need a vibrant CBD. To do that, we have to create value for the CBD.
Thanks, JP. Sorry, where's the Whakatau block? Excuse my ignorance.
Whakatau block is the piece that's south of Quero Park, behind Pukawatua Street, and on the western side of Runoff Street. Okay. So it goes through that piece to the highway in front of Trade Central. So originally that had been rezoned as commercial, and so hence a number of businesses had crept into there over time. We've now returned it to a residential zoning, but the businesses that have already gone in there have existing use rights.
Okay, cool. I'd like to take this opportunity to offer some advice that was given to me by an older gentleman when I got elected. He's lived in Rotorua since the 1950s. And in his estimation, he's seen a lot of councils come, a lot of councils go, and he's seen councils build up and do some stuff, and then the next council comes along and tears down and builds something else, and then another council comes along, and so the process ends up getting repeated. And a couple of examples of that, I think, with the city focus, and more recently the cycleway and the green corridor. It's like, how do we build on the previous council's work instead of just and perpetually in the cycle of building up and tearing down?
I think that's a really valid point that you've put across on how do we build on the work that's already being done, which I think is why it's really beneficial to go through this process where we are all understanding of the work that's being done. As far as I'm aware, it's never been presented all in one before, so you can see some of the commonalities that are coming through. So that will be up to us as once we finish our visioning workshop after this, and then we get into the proposals. That'll be the time for us to decide what things do we want to keep, or do we want to keep repealing all the decisions that have been made. I see there's a question from Councillor Patterson.
So one thing I've noticed that was missing from the corridor on the screen, there doesn't seem to be any reference to apartment living straight off to Tanakai, or in the side streets.
That's been picked up in Plan Change 9, and I think in a couple of subsequent slides we just talk about inner city living. So I will get to it in a couple more slides.
Just, I agree entirely with Councillor O'Brien's view. We've shot ourselves not in the foot, but we've shot ourselves in the head over the years. And I agree with Councillor Kiriopa's view that the visualisation that Darryl Church had sketched together didn't have any greenery in it, but then it needs to be 100% green, so that wasn't a detail that wasn't lost. But I would say that when we did that work, there was no constraints. It was blue sky thinking, bring the whole lot, shove it down on paper, and that was the cheapest plan that you'll ever get because no one got paid. But and by the way, we never referenced any reports. We totally made that up with a bunch of business people in the room and what were the good ideas. So I think now when you've lived with it for a while, it's what can we afford, what's really important, what's the one thing that will really make a difference. And I would suggest that it's not only fixing the CBD is going to be a struggle if Rotorua is not seen as a investable proposition as a total. If we're not attracting good people to town, then we're barking up the wrong tree. So there's a number of things: crime, community safety, attractive place to live, and getting those people coming here is the first step before we even consider thinking about spending some money in this space, I would suggest. Some good ideas in there, but as councillors, what can we afford? That's a big question.
I think at this stage as well, I'd really like to note as well that from a council perspective, while we don't control who owns the building or what that owner does with the building and how attractive they make it, or how high or low their rent is, which makes it whether it's feasible or not for people to lease the premise. What we do control, of course, is the surrounding environment, so footpaths, the road, and if we are putting any green spaces in, and I'd certainly be very supportive of increasing the green space and attracting people to want to work in the CBD, where they can easily go outside and have their lunch in a nice green space, feel safe. So I just wonder, in terms of the green spaces, it has been raised a bit, was it ever considered in any of the previous plans that we actually may have too many buildings that are no longer fit for purpose and are too expensive to either earthquake strengthen or repair or refurbish, and instead perhaps the alternative would be looking at inner city as apartments, or bowling down some buildings and actually putting green spaces there?
It's a viable option, but it comes with that cost question. That is a direct intervention. It's almost like the pedestrianisation discussion or cycleway discussions. It has a significant cost up front to do it, and then you're relying on that as a catalyst to support private investment at the moment. And I take Councillor Brown's comments. It's a really not good economic environment currently. You've had that report back from Rotorua NZ about our place-based projects, and again the build costs are significant, and at the moment our demand to get the kind of square meterage charge a commercial investor needs is quite significant. So I think here it's more tactical investments, and again for us we've got a number of good placed parks. Some of our issues, and I'll come to it in a slide, is how you break up what is for us an exceptionally long street, Tūtanakai. If we think about Tūtanakai as that spine, how do we get the placements along Tūtanakai where you can see different precincts, you can see different walkable steps, all of that psychology of movement of people along quite a long road. So I think that goes to the issue you've raised about how you break that up and effectively create spaces where people are happy to move between. Part of the long-term planning, so never a quick fix, and again we just have to manage the investment picture of that.
JP, talking about inner city living and that, and Tūtanakai Street, the old general post office that was a post office, and now it is inner city living and apartments and condos, all that kind of thing in there. What information do you have? Is the occupancy rate there strong, good percentage? And then opposite there is the Quest Hotel that used to be the insurance building before it has hotel. Is that helped around Te Manawa for inner city living?
Short answer, yes. Yeah, it's great that we've got those apartments in town. They're all owned and used in different ways. So some people live in them, some people treat them as serviced apartments. There's a range of uses there. And the Quest has also been incredibly valuable and successful in its location. So yeah, more of those, the better would be the outcome.
I can follow on from that. I know one of the people who are involved in managing that old post office, and my understanding is it's 100% occupancy, and if there was more inner city apartment living, it would get filled up. They like the views, they like the buzz of living within the city. Not so sure it would work so well on ground level, but high up with a view.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the mall, and that hasn't been as successful as I think they envisaged. That actually contributes probably the largest block of the retail vacancies we have in our CBD. So the annual surveys that you see coming through, I think approximately a third of those are from that arcade, which is really poorly used and wasn't successfully designed. So this goes to the contrast here. So this was a slide from that WSP roading review. So this is where we end up with a slightly different set of layered expectations about how we function as a CBD versus our desire to create a strong Tūtanakai, for example. So if you think of Tūtanakai as being our high street and our pedestrianisation, it is broken by our preference of circulating almost arterial routes. So Arawa Street, Pukuata Street, Irawera Street, and then the state highway between the top of Tūtanakai and the mall all become major roading arterials with prioritisation above Tūtanakai if it's our high street and our pedestrianisation street. So you can see there that the different drivers in either our roading network or our CBD functionality. So that's some of the things that we need to reconcile. So I'll talk a bit more about that because that is one of the sort of the instant conflicts between the way we build our roading system around the focus we create for our CBD. So limiting the size of the inner city. So again, key plank. One of the things that had been talked about was, do we need to go further and start to consider down zoning or changing zoning on the fringes of the CBD? So really start putting in some different zoning within this. Fundamentally, it's starting to send the signal that actually the core of the CBD really has to be between Amahia and Fendon Street. That's a big step, and that's still quite a large footprint. I think if I circulated to you the Napier Hastings picture, we're still bigger than the Napier Hastings physical block footprint when we do that. So again here, for many landowners who therefore are outside of that core, the piece would be, hang on a sec, you're eroding my property rights, you're eroding my value if you go down that path. So again, it's one of these questions of how serious do we want to try and hold the focus within the CBD. At this stage, the better option potentially is to say, do we create an incentives or removing DCs or some other focus to actually stimulate the core as opposed to those two sides before we take a regulatory or a planning approach to it. So again, this is one of those kind of issues that we would have to deal with. Plan Change 9 enables across the entire CBD, A, the height limits, and B, the ability to do apartments of differing sizes, which creates far greater flexibility. Not quite as small as some of the apartment footprints or shoeboxes that have occurred in Auckland in the past, but certainly our opportunity from Plan Change 9 was to learn from where the better sizing was coming through on apartments to be effective and commercially viable. The corridors, look, we've talked here about the high street and how do we create that linkage down to Tanakai. We have a mall, and probably one of the things that certainly the owners would say is we're lucky we have a mall adjoining our CBD. So let's try and make sure we integrate as successfully as possible and take the best of it as we can. And I think that's a really important moment for us, as opposed to something like Whakatane, who has a very large mall out of town, and that has a totally different impact. So how do we make sure we get that integration and that drawing of people from the mall into the top of Tanakai and vice versa? So how do we integrate successfully? And that's always got to be a focus, I think, now that we have it. How do we work best with those two premises? I talked about those linkages to our reserves. Green connection or the east-west connection, Arawa Street is a very strong road connection, but Haupapa Street gives us the chance to have a little more quieter with reserves or linking between our two main reserve pieces. So that cross piece has been a focus across many a plan and recognising that.
I'm just kind of shocked that if you go to the Ohinamatu end of the lakefront development, the whole thing points to Ohinamatu, and yet it's not recognised in council documentation as another connection, maybe a cultural connection, I don't know what, but it seems that the design of the lakefront is obviously pointed at the village. We were engaged, Ohinamatu was engaged as part of the conversations, even though no resourcing was assigned to it. It needs to be in there.
Yeah. And probably the next bit there is one of the problems we've talked about with our footprint is also our low rise. So it's one of these architectural pieces that come through that when you've got big wide streets and there's a magic ratio for architects about height versus width to give that sense of enclosure and intimacy in a street environment. We've always had big streets. Big wide streets, low buildings. So that ratio and that sense of intimacy is really lost. And I think the opportunity there does go to some of the comments we talked about with trees. If you're not actually going to get into the private environment and see that height lift initially, some of the ways of doing that is to create your own sense of containment and visual narrowing, and that comes through trees and planting and some of the footpath treatments.
Just on the wide streets angle, I would look at that as potentially an advantage, because if you go to cities where they have high-rise buildings and narrow streets, they're dark, uninviting places to walk, cold, whereas we have the opportunity to go up, and still have sunlight.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the good comparison. Also, the heat sink discussion. You know, there's a lot of international literature about as we start facing increasing in temperatures, we're not quite the outrageously hot places of Europe or North America, but yet I don't think we'll ever quite get to where they are. But they are definitely suffering from that damage that starts you seeing when cities heat up significantly, and those with trees or who've had that long history of investment in cityscapes where that cooling impact is there is really important, really important. So again, and it probably goes a bit to Her Worship's comments about precincts and trying to break up things. So that was part of that kind of sense of walkable blocks and sort of distances where people can see a distance. If you're taking a huge view of somehow there's sort of some huge open vista that you can see for 7 blocks or 9 blocks or 10 blocks, it's a bit overwhelming about making the next step to the next destination and across the next block. So it is certainly this view about saying part of that planning was to say, is there opportunities to start breaking up blocks and start creating visible distances through which people can cross over or see the next step. And you can see from this one, it picks up on the Hinimoa Street, so again the change in character of more of an open environment where city focus used to be, so that's number 12 there. But equally up by the courthouse, it's always been a focus to say, do we want to see a future with the courthouse there? Yes, no. And I think that the answer has always been a no through all of our planning documents. And that gave us also another chance to say, actually in that area is another opportunity for a park or something to break up the length. Now, it's shown smack right in the front of the medical centre there. It doesn't have to be in a road. It's more about just saying somewhere in that block it would be good to start seeing the opportunity to be saying here's another intermediary point in your journey up and down to Tanakai Street. And you've seen before, the other one is to say each street's been successful. It's got some work to do on making sure it's a good functioning space, but we're actually starting to see also that concentration of restaurants in that next block, and then subsequently back into the block behind as well. Now there's no magic bullet here, and actually mixing up your different types is still really good. It's not exclusive precincts, but just really important to start seeing that sort of focus on how you step through to Tanakai, again consistent through all the planning we've done in the past.
Just taking this into consideration, we have also developed almost like natural precincts where, you know, like this is where all the lawyers are and this is where all the accountants are. So I wonder if there has been consideration into just where those types of businesses are. So as an example, where there's areas that have a lot of health workers, you think of Boaster's Cafe that picks up all the surrounding health workers, but there's not necessarily any green space. There's a whole big empty concrete car park there, and a green corridor that needs to be either removed or made significantly better. But so instead of focusing on perhaps in the past, like a few slides earlier, where you're connecting one big green space to another green space, it's actually looking at little pockets of green spaces that hopefully will be used.
And I think that's that next level of detail to drill into. But even you comment then about the precincts naturally forming within the city. Obviously, there's been the discussion, and I'm trying to remember how much has appeared in the media, but I won't say too much other than the courthouse has a destination. And again, that starts to create the opportunity to see some transformation as pieces move in our city. And that gives us a chance to really envisage how a new precinct might form.
Well, just carrying on from what Her Worship's mentioned, if you have a look at Pukaki Street, you've got a number of that professional type of business down there. Then across the road, you've got Glen Hawkins. Yeah. They seem to be gravitating to that area, so if they could be encouraged and supported to keep doing that, that would be a win. Because if you go to Christchurch, as Lani and I saw, I don't know if you went out for a walk, but boy, they've really screwed that up. Sorry, Christchurch, if you're watching, but they have, where their wonderful new convention centre is, you look across the river and there's all these professional buildings, all the top, PricewaterhouseCoopers, etc., all these brand new glass towers, but they're not connected to their CBD. So come 5 o'clock, the CBD empties, there's no one there because they all go somewhere else because there are no cafes and bars, there's nowhere to go near them.
Yeah.
So if we can not repeat that mistake, I think we'd be winning.
Yeah, and definitely, and of course the same network of public spaces goes east-west as well. So again, it's that envisaging how we might do that. Part of it talks about things like when people have talked about pedestrianisation, again, it's not something you do in one go. You've got to see that as a mechanism within breaking up those lengths. So whether it's a pocket park or a section of pedestrianisation, you just need to be very careful about how we manage that. And that was ultimately the biggest issue, and one of the reasons why City Focus was being talked about as being removed originally was the consequential impact it was having to those vacancy rates around it. So we've just got to be really careful about our own urban planning versus an ideal versus the reality of what it impacts in the private domain.
Excuse me, JP. Could you just give us a bit more detail about the City Focus there that you just alluded to?
Look, you're dredging a long way back into my memory. My recollection was part of the information about was the underutilisation of the City Focus building. The police had withdrawn from it, but actually the biggest driver of what was happening in that view was the breaking of sight lines and actually the increasing vacancies. There was a number of owners of properties in that vicinity who were feeling disadvantaged because of the access, and it had led to a high level of vacancy rates in that sort of surrounding block and a half.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the two drivers that I recall was opening up the sight lines down to Tanakai Street because you couldn't see, it was a visual block, and Hinimoa Street, no one used it because you couldn't get through the traffic. So that was some of the thinking. But also I recall that was constrained around a particular budget and certain councillors not wanting 1 cent to be spent over budget. So the current City Focus, for one of it, I can't remember what we're calling it now,
Te Manawa, yeah.
Is not, and we never completed it. So there was no covers, there was no stage, there was more money to be spent, and it just never got to what it should have been.
And I think there's a bit of a learning from that exercise, and as the councillor said, I think part of the conversation we're now having about the community hub gives us the opportunity to say, actually, how do we get it as a centre that can be serviced into that space as well for the activation conversation. So really important.
Before COVID came along in 3 years of it, is the corridor still there around, talk around Rotorua Street from Tanakai to Fenton, where some of the Chinese community talking about a bit of a Chinatown? Is that still on the table or on the radar or gone away?
I haven't heard from it for a long time, that kind of discussion. It does go to the question about where does precincts fit within the inner city planning discussion. There's a risk around those things that you end up with a focus that creates less foot traffic, except at specific times. So again, it's one of these things that I think we have to tease out against the planning backdrop we're doing. But the kind of the base sector studies, the analysis that's been done at the moment against the current plans we have is just meant to be the go carefully approach to sort of our interventions. I think it's what can we afford is the other way of defining the go carefully. So one of the things that had come through in contradiction to the WSP work was to sort of try and push traffic around the CBD as much as possible, recognising that Arawa is an important connector and needs to be maintained as an important connector, but there might be a kind of a view of maybe Tanakai gets a strengthening crossing across Arawa Street, but really rather than trying to keep filtering people through or cut traffic through from Pukewatua, we try and almost de-emphasise Pukewatua and Rotorua Street as through streets for the city, and we get it back down to the circular motion you can see there. So again, it's trying to draw some boundaries around the CBD and say, hey, we're doubling down on this core. What does that look like? And we'll just work through some plans in that space.
Quick question on that one. With roading and transport, we have to be very careful not to accidentally kill off some businesses, which is what we saw with those businesses located near the Green Corridor that we as a council promptly removed. So I just wonder, when the proposals like this were being put forward, was there discussion with the businesses who, instead of having cars going past, would now not have those cars? Yeah.
We're not removing them. I think is the key that you're raising is the impact that would have on a number of those streets. It's not removing them, but it's just making sure that the core emphasis of our network is on the outside. I wondered why I hadn't clicked through the slide, but helpfully a number of staff members have put some little boxes on there. You can see there my comment about making sure that crossing over of Rotorua Street is strengthened, is identified. And certainly also enhancing what's a very difficult place to cross Fenton Street by the Rotorua roundabout as well. So there's a number of areas there that kind of create a disconnect because they're actually quite busy road intersections. And then the final one is down crossing into the Central Mall. So there's a very detailed plan for the revocation of the State Highway. In a constrained fiscal country, I don't know when we're likely to see that investment from New Zealand Transport Association or NZTA to do that. So it might be that we have to start negotiating some smaller interventions that just get us that connectivity we want to between the mall and Tūtanakai Street.
Wasn't there a plan for an overbridge?
I've never seen an overbridge plan. All I know is that I think there was a discussion about an overbridge plan, but I've never seen a plan for an overbridge.
It was discussed, Don, but people won't use it for such a short length. But they do need to be dealt with. Just picking up on the point the Mayor talked about around the Green Corridor and businesses suffering. My interpretation of that was that it was the loss of parking to put in the Green Corridor that was the problem. So I can't speak strongly enough about this, but it's got to be a mix of parking. We can't lose any more car parks because we don't have public transport to speak of, in my view. We're very reliant on cars, and that's not going to change anywhere near in the future. So anyone coming from Western Heights or Ofota need to be able to park their car. So we need to be really cognizant of the amount of parking that we've currently got. How can we add more, but also, pedestrianising and greening these spaces is equally important. So it's definitely going to be a balancing act in my view.
You touched on Rotorua Street and Tūtanakai Street. It created a lot of controversy some time back, and when we did put up the separation, no more through traffic, and that been accused of it being the Berlin Wall and everything, but the main problem was the actual accidents that were happening there from the speed, people coming down from Rotorua Primary School and creating that, so have a good look at it before we do open it, because it did cause some strife in the past.
So just on this slide, probably I hope captures what you have all raised as some of the discussion points this morning as we traverse those couple of plans. And the size question, so incentivise down smaller footprint or look at the regulatory approach going forward longer. Get that focus around Tūtanakai, that's our high street, and we've got to start strong on Tūtanakai as a high street for us. And so that leads to a bunch of decisions around access, about walkability, about breaking it up, about precincts, about retail support, or other support for activity on Tūtanakai Street. Linkages across all of our city, and that goes to some really good projects we've got underway around the wayfinding. we're an incredibly walkable city. You know, you can imagine really if we were in any other destinations, there should be that beautiful walking map that you pick up as you leave your 5-star hotel on Rotorua Street, and you pick up this view that you've got a couple of well-defined walkways that let you go and see the geothermal best of our lake as you loop through Government Gardens or back across to Quero Park. So, and before you return to get a meal at Eat Street or something like that. So actually walkability and stuff, we've got an extremely physically good bones for a beautiful city environment that matches our parks, frankly. So that's really important for us. So get that connectivity right. Transport, other than cars, we're not well served. Speed limits now probably mean we don't need cycle lanes within the CBD catchment. There'll be a definition or some decision at some point about speed limits that bring it back into acceptable. Shared footpaths is probably the only other option to do. And then how do we support increased residential use? So Plan Change 9, enabling apartments, developments at a much smaller footprint, hopefully more cost effectively when the economic conditions are right and people can have that choice. And then activations. Really do need to think about how we activate our CBD. Sort of lowest cost interventions to create reasons to be there, reasons to be there with a group of people and therefore feel safe day and night. So really important for us. And then probably our deficit piece is working on our community safety plan. So lighting, security, making sure that we've distributed or ensure that people don't see the inner city as a place to do crime.
JP, did we have to give the subsidy that John Key, former Prime Minister, he put in the cycleways throughout the country, and we got a very good subsidy for having the cycleways in the city. Now that we're not having it, did we have to hand the money back or anything?
I don't believe we gave any money back to anyone.
Good. That's good. Hey?
Yeah. So just picking up, we've done some research stuff, and I've mentioned before that there's some information in there which is a good bit of research and analysis of the footprints and occupancy along inner city. We've got the wayfinding project, which is a combination of us working with Rotorua NZ and Te Tatou board as well, just on making sure we've got the cultural stories and our foundations. I think we've done really well with the forest projects and the lakefront projects of making sure that there's been a good conversation about telling our stories in place. So that gives us the basis of improving our wayfinding signage and some of the stories of our CBD in those public spaces. So that's some work that's been undertaken to date. And that's been mainly the work that's been done. So we've pretty much paused the inner city strategic framework on the basis that we were going to come to you and go through it and give you the chance to talk about it, dust off the work that had been done by the inner city group, and really say, look, the logic's there, the actions and interventions are potentially there. How do you want us to integrate that into the LTP? So certainly what the team had done was really sort of saying, look, what's changed since 2021 when most of that work was done? There's now some certainty around a courthouse move, so we've got to build that into our thinking, for example. Future development strategy has started to identify where some of those growth areas are. Plan Change 9, we've talked about what those rules will do for the inner city, and obviously there's a decision also about higher density, which is that collar around the inner city. So what will that do with the number of people potentially living in and around our city over the next sort of 10, 20, 30 years? So at least our planning pieces in place, and then what do you want to carry into the LTP? So probably not wanting to rush you to lunch, but just we've talked a bit. Please don't take the pictures as somehow we're totally pedestrianising the cities. They were just there as examples of interventions that people have done. So really looking at our key crossings to start in a very small way, starting to pick up on some of that strengthening of the spine. I've talked about we actually need to get a service level conversation happened in this LTP about our inner city, and that goes to our lighting. that sit-ted design and a sense of safety, particularly after dark. It's also a chance to introduce some lighting, some attractants. We light up some trees in different places. What could we do to make our city a beautiful city after dark? So some modest interventions which make people feel safe, but also give another attractant to the city after dark. And then obviously you go a long way through some of the, potentially some of the challenges we've had about a focus around making sure we keep our city looking at a high standard. We get damaged benches from skateboards, the trees get broken, cobbles get lifted. So how do we get that maintenance and that sense that we're proud of our city and it's a good looking city? That's an operational focus for us. And then this wayfinding project is a really good chance for us at a reasonably modest cost to introduce some of that flavour to the city as well. So you can see here sort of a view of some quite modest interventions that just intend just to lift the standards and build off our first issue, which is making people feel safe and comfortable in the city. The team sort of picked up on, look, there's a number of these key intersections that we could look at. We'd have to talk carefully with the infrastructure team about the appropriateness of the kind of crossings, or whether there should be lights or some other sort of means of making sure people get a prioritisation to pedestrians. Sorry? Where's that? I don't know where those photos are taken of those locations, so yeah, not sure. Yeah. And I think it goes to some of that foundation stories and the work that's been done through that project. It gives us some real design flair that we've brought to light and life on the lakefront, and why can't that same really clear whakaui perspective and design threads come back into our city? That's our unique character. We don't have to pretend we're a Queenstown with a schist. We're our own character, and we've got a very special character to reflect in our city and our urban design. So again, that's part of a really important piece that we can build into it. So Tanakai really being a focus for some of the thinking we think should be carried forward into this LTP. Reasonably modest costs, but actually give us the chance to look like we're investing in the city. I would say has to be coupled with lifting our base standards around lighting, the maintenance of our city, dealing with graffiti, and making sure everyone feels safe. So critical elements there. Yeah. And so a classic example here is Bay of Plenty Regional Councils has moved some bus routes, so they've made some decisions about the bus routes, and so this is now happening on Amahau Street, or on the State Highway, and so that's been put forward and will occur. They're more likely to occur than the revocation that's being proposed. And in my head, that means actually addressing the crossing of Tūtanakai into the mall and in that vicinity is therefore critical and should be a shorter term priority for us, regardless of that longer term investment ambition. It's just lights at the moment. There's some opportunities there to improve how that looks and feels and the safety of that crossover point.
Are we moving bus stops from somewhere else to there, or are they new? Because they're already in the mall, aren't they? There are already bus stops in the mall.
I do believe in discussions, just recent discussions I've had with some Bay of Plenty Regional Council staff, is that was also to help mitigate all of the school children getting dropped off at the one point. So currently they're all getting dropped off outside the library, and we are having some issues, and so the thoughts was that they would return to different drop-off points, which is where this proposal came forward. There is likely to be other reasons too, but that's just one that I'm aware of.
So again, just eliciting from you just the kind of our thoughts at this stage, but it's the stuff that we would probably look to work up to bring back into the LTP process for more detail. Extra points if you figure out what we're showing here. We talked about some of the original concepts of the lakefront. So lakefront down on the left-hand side of the screen, and as Councillor Maxwell has said, we're finally getting the Whare Waka built down that far end. So one of the things here was to create that legibility and that walkability to try and draw people down, hopefully towards a cafe, restaurant, and some other activity down on the lakefront. So this has been, this was an early concept, and it's been kind of minimised within the final lakefront design. So we're doing very little in the connectivity. Stavros has had a project discussion around that funny little roundabout at the end of Eat Street, which is a real safety concern actually for us all. So when I've talked about prioritisation, this connectivity with the lakefront and the end of Eat Street, there is an issue of a project there which is really just not functioning well. So it's dangerous, it's actually really poor for the Eat Street restaurants as well in the way of loading, unloading. It's a really poor outcome in that vicinity. So here's two quite significant investments for us which just aren't quite joined up and aren't quite functioning well enough. So this is a couple of another project area that we would be interested in sort of bringing into the LTP discussion. So we've got one end of Tutanekai and this is the other end before we start working back towards the middle. And finally, this slide doesn't really show, but it does go to probably something that I suppose I've articulated a couple of times here, is getting a better integrated view of the CBD as a location. So what are we spending in there on maintenance and renewals? What does that mean for parks and reserves investment? What does that mean for graffiti focus? What does that mean for all the different investments? So just getting one sort of coordinated approach to the CBD so we manage it as a physical location. And so that's certainly something we're trying to do, because at the moment it sits in a whole bunch of different parts of our organisation with people making individual decisions on that. So from an organisational perspective, that integrated service level and focus specifically around the CBD is a critical part of this. It similarly links into things like activations. Markets are run by one department, different from the marketing arm of Rotorua NZ. I've got teams now working on community safety, so how do we make sure everything's integrated? And similarly with levels of service we put in place around managing our pavements, our graffiti, and a whole range of issues within the CBD. So that's probably the most critical piece for us, is an integrated approach to treating the CBD as a special location. It is our city's mall, the true one that should be really effective for us. So again, this is probably the last two slides, councillors, before lunch. Just talking, I've shown you some images there. So look, pedestrian upgrades is something that we think is something worth drawing out of the previous plans, not significant. That lakefront intersection I've talked about, again, a potential project we need to start figuring in. Investment in, we're doing the planning work around wayfinding and the signage for the CBD. It's a cost if we then action it and replace our current signs. Really important. Public realm, safety, cleanliness, planting, service levels is the key one, which I think underpins that integrated approach, which I've talked about on the previous slide. And then a stronger asset management. How do we look after the assets we've already got there? You know, Eat Street has been in place a reasonably long time. How do we keep it looking fresh? How do we keep it functioning well? And how do we keep incentivising those who are operating out of there to make sure it's a special, well-functioning space as well? And then separate to this, we're doing a piece of work with a number of council departments reviewing markets, the focus of those, the outcomes they're achieving, and what other activations do we need to consider for the inner city if we're to get that real impact of that. And then, of course, outside of those, there is another integration level, which is a whole bunch of bylaws, policies that influence behaviour and success in the inner city. Parking, street trading, our general bylaw, and my etc. includes things like a discussion that no doubt a lot of people will want to have about dogs and dogs in the CBD. So all of that's part of that wider conversation about how do you make our CBD a successful community in its own right. I think I've exhausted myself. That's after lunch.
Just a question around another thing I picked up in at the conference when I went to the Tauranga Civic Centre redesign, redevelopment presentation. they talked about moving their public contact point from council buildings into the library. And one of the rationales behind that was to make the library more user-friendly, gives a less formal contact point so that it's not so, I guess you could say, confronting for some people who are coming to meet council. This is a bit scary. Was there any thought given to implementing something like that with our library?
Councillor, short answer, no. I think when the plans were being put forward with the library, we had areas like CAB. We had a lot of desire for it to be a community hub. But the tension we also had at the same time as we were looking at the redevelopment of the library was we were forfeiting a floor of space to the DHB to integrate them into the library. And so from then on, the conversation was fixated on we must not lose base library footprint. And so whilst we were trying to integrate it as a community hub with plenty of spaces that people could utilise, as a service centre it wasn't considered.
Kia ora, JP. I have been watching online, so I'm up to date, but I'm pretty familiar with a lot of the kōrero here. Just touching on a few things there, I'm really interested in initiatives that have multiple purposes, i.e. the lighting. We can make it a nice design, brightens up the place, but also provides a more lit up city, which is for safety, community safety. Things like planting, we can make nice designs, but there's actually a whole take why we would plant these particular things in a particular area. I'm really into that, and I think that's how we need to, think when it comes to the CBD. In the FDS hearings and indeed in the submissions, there was a big push, which I wasn't surprised, but I was kind of surprised. There was people were, even those that were advocating for development opportunities on the fringes and of the district, they were still making a point that our CBD was I suppose a highlight, but an asset that we need to really build and develop and get working well for our people. There are things like, there's the lighting I use, the planting, you showed, the designs with the pedestrians and things like that. Colours have an effect on how people behave. It's in research, things like that. So I think we can be a smart CBD. I really like the fact that, we have our stories, and it's in our street names too, the whakapapa's all there. So you got Whakaue, Rangiuru, who had Tūtānekai, and Tūtānekai, Himwai, they come out to Whakaue, you got Pukuata Street, they all have a story. And they're all there. There's a whole reason there. I don't think there's any other city in New Zealand that can actually use the current format of their inner city to actually tell their story quite like we could. So I'm really into that, and I suppose it comes down to costings as well. But I support us moving in that direction, and make about time we start telling our own story our own way. And I think the CBD is a really good place to start doing that properly. Also, I think it's going to drag in, it's going to be somewhere where businesses want to be, which is the economic side of the kōrero. So I think, and with the plans, PC9, FDS stuff that's coming through, it's going to really change the look. We just got to stay the course, that's all, and be brave. To move into that space, so I look forward to it. And I'll just, because I haven't been here this morning, but just wanted to make a little bit of a contribution anyway, so tēnā koe.
Thank you, JP. I'd just like to support Councillor Waru's sentiments, and I agree. And I think, one of the things I'd really like to see us address is when we go into this process, I think we've got to learn from our mistakes of the past, and that's not allocating blame to anyone. I think we just that's what the ratepayers expect us to do. They don't mind us spending so long as we're spending in the right way to achieve the right objectives. And I think one of the good things I like about this, and what I would do just to think about, is also a long-term, not just one-off projects, because I think that's where we've made mistakes previously in the CBD. We come up with one idea and we do it, and there's no doubt that our CBD is very tired at the moment and it needs freshness, it needs revitalisation of some kind. But I think what we've also got to prove to the ratepayers is, hey, this may not just be a 2-year or 3-year bang, done and dusted. This could very well be a 20-year project. But if we take our time and we do things properly, in concert with the marketplace as well as public, and I'd just like to support Councillor Wadu, because during the Apes Games, when we were helping and hosting Australian competitors at the bowling club, there were people coming into us after they'd been into town and saying, where do we go to find out about Maori culture? They'd been through our CBD and they didn't certainly feel that they'd had any experience or integration or with Māori culture. And I certainly taitoku what Councillor Wadu says, that we've got to make sure that this place represents Rotorua and Rotorua people. Our CBD is very generic and very, I don't want to use language that might upset some people, but it's very almost, some might say monocultural, because there's nothing that says, well, this is Rotorua. Admittedly, Te Manawa does have some very beautiful carvings, but just one spot. So I think that's one of the things that we've really got to push and say, well, what's this part of Rotorua that I'm in? What's the connection with the city? What makes this particular spot? Why should I have a photo here? What's our thing? We know about our lakes and our beautiful trails, etc., but we've got to make the CBD, if we're going to make this a success, we've got to make that part of the attraction of part of here. So thank you, JP. Thank you, Rawiri.
Thank you, JP. Awesome presentation, and I completely support what was just being said as well. The inner city housing stuff, and I know the next presentation will be on housing as well, but that whole link in with PC9, incredibly supportive of. I think one of the things that we look at this is the social aspect as well, and I know that last point about the bylaws, and I think one thing that just came into my mind was our Class 4 gambling and bylaw or policy. Oh, sorry, Class 4 gambling and tab venue policy, and how that, I guess, links into this as well, because obviously there are multiple venues in the CBD that, you know, do engage with that, and I think on a nationwide example, our district receives a far less ratio of reinvestment from those funds compared to many other districts, and so that is, again, I mean, that is a separate conversation, but I think in terms of the social aspect of, if we're talking about revitalising and putting that investment and planning for our CBD, I think that plays a part in it as well. The cultural foundations, the signage, I think that is so important to the identity of our place, and not only to provide that pride for our people, pride into our city, but I think now's the really good chance to change the way that we have been talking about our town. You know, we know that there are issues and there are things that we do need to change and we do need to work on, but with this, the message I guess I'm saying is the message that we really need to be putting out when we're doing this is the positive stuff, is changing that around so that we can be seen as not putting our town down, not focusing on the negative stuff, but actually talking about the future and a vision for the future, and be positive about that, and all of that I guess comes into it. But I'm really, really supportive of everything that you've discussed in the presentation. Thank you.
One thing that I was hoping to see was perhaps how we can grow our nighttime economy. The top tourist destinations in the world, they don't just finish at 11 o'clock at night. you can carry on and feel safe, most of them. You know, there are some odd elements where you don't go in most big cities. I mean, I know where Councillor Kai Fong is right now in Vancouver. They've really got that nailed. That's an amazing city, broken up into precincts, so you know where you're going. Is there any way that, with the way we're developing this, that we can provide encouragement or incentive to those operators to say, you know, Rotorua does have the potential to have a nighttime economy. It used to, so that we can attract those businesses back.
You've touched on some things I think we do need to traverse in a bit more detail. One of the things that is a potential that exists, and I sort of semi-alluded to it, which was the sort of the lighting opportunities. You know, a number of cities have entered into sort of almost free community attractions of light shows or lighting areas, whether it's trees or whether it's onto buildings or whether it's a narrative. It's a fairly low cost intervention, but you know, if you create something that's an attractant and a free attractant, because we have a lot of people who come to our destination and enjoy the place, and if you go to a few attractions, you're paying a lot of money for the family to be at an attraction. So a few free ones is something that's really helpful as well. And it also might be a stimulant to say, hey, you can use the lakefront during the daytime and it's wonderful, but at night time there's also a reason to be there, and equally a reason to go and eat in Eat Street or one of the restaurants or cafes in town as well. So trying to create that other part of but again, it's one of these things where the benefit cost needs to be worked through. So that's one option. The other one is just making sure we get our markets in the right places so they don't detract from business. They actually support business and people staying longer and into the evenings. So again, that's another piece that we just need to start looking at. And look, the other piece I would suggest is we just need to, again, create some activity and vibe within the city. So again, talking about buskers or some other opportunities to encourage activity during the day as well is really important. But again, we've got some fundamentals about saying it's a good place, it looks attractive, it feels safe, and it is safe, are also part of that equation. So I totally agree with you, and we've got it in our thinking, so that'll be part of the stuff we need to come back to you and talk to you about. If Your Worship, if it's okay, I'm presuming it would probably be quite a good time to stop for lunch, just to give you the safety that the housing one is a lot shorter for post-lunch.
Thank you very much, JP. Just checking with councillors, would you like half an hour or to return at 1:30? Half an hour? Half an hour. Thank you very much. We will return to complete the next part of this, which is the housing, at 1:20. Thank you, JP. Sorry, return at 1:30.
I just made sure I didn't have my microphone on when I said that before, so here we go. Housing is the last section, so just a shorter focused on this piece here, because you know what we've got in train pretty much, and so a lot of that is just continuing on the plans, the strategies, and the plan changes we're undertaking at the moment. So if you look at your focus area specifically around housing and the objectives we have this year, and obviously the ones there, FDS and PC9, March 2022. March 2022 is actually the date when we were required to have had Plan Change 9 signed off. So that's an agreed date that we have to put in place with the Ministry for the Environment. We'll be well in advance of that. So I think the Commissioners are talking about returning a decision in November, and so actually there's a really good opportunity for us to make sure whatever's picked up as the final decision-making outcomes from Plan Change 9 are then matched to what we say in our future development strategy. So the two sets of recommendations coming up together, and what one should be a strategic document and the other an implementation, we actually bring them back in line the way they should do. So partner and unlock residential development, so continue to work in that space, and then regulatory action around emergency housing, and working through the accord to see that as close to zero as quickly as possible, which is a key focus for us all.
Hi again. I can see that in the focus area and objectives, both of them have ensuring homes are healthy and fit for purpose, but I can't actually see anything within the CE KPIs that actions anything that will ensure homes are healthy and fit for purpose.
Yeah, and it's a good point. So that's where I'd say I didn't write the CE KPIs, so that was your workshops to put those together. Homes that are healthy and fit for purpose, I think goes to a fundamental issue that was identified in that Homes and Thriving Communities strategy, which was that we have a lot of homes that are not maintained to the correct level, and are not good homes. I think the estimates, I remember Rosemary doing that piece of work, something like 8,500 of our homes fall into that space. That was a central action out of that Homes and Thriving Communities. So there was an immediate approach to government around the home insulation program. So that program where they look at making homes weathertight, and then looking at that the insulation services in there for private homes and the grants for it, got a resounding no. So there's been probably a limited amount of funding still left there. I think it's the philanthropics are still partly funding some of the ECA work on that, but it's woefully short of actually what we need.
Rotorua Trust has given Habitat for Humanity 600,000 over 3 years to address some of those sorts of concerns. I don't know that it's a council priority personally, but it's definitely a community priority.
Yeah, I think we had that our home insulation assessors. We still had that contract where we provide that assistance for people to undertake the assessments. But yeah, I think maybe that's a further discussion.
Can councillors be provided with a copy of that report that identified that Rosemary did, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That would be really helpful. And look,
Sorry, is it the Housing and Thriving Communities one?
There's that report,
Yes.
but there was another piece of work that Rosemary did when they started to try and seek some government support for home insulation. So it was talked about in the Homes and Thriving Communities, but actually the business case.
The Homes and Thriving Communities one is in the Stella, but
yeah.
thanks.
So I'll track that down. So it would be quite good to see again.
Carrying on from that, the healthy home standards, which all landlords have to comply with, who actually goes out and does those inspections to make sure that they're done?
My understanding, the only time that kicks off is if a tenant complains. Yeah, so the healthy home, it is for rentals. So again, it's another sort of those risks where homes that we can have Airbnbs or private homes that aren't safely and properly meeting those home standards, but again, it's left to the tenancy space is slightly different. So that's an inconsistency.
Well, that speaks really, JP, to lack of stock, because people a lot of people, and I know some, they're not going to complain because that's the only place they can get.
Yeah.
And so I also know of some landlords that have had to say, well, actually, they haven't been inspected or anything, but they know it's not up to standard and it's getting too costly to keep patching up.
Yeah.
So they've decided to just demo the house, which leaves a whānau out or a tenant out. And then you get the how long it takes to build a new one if they decide to build.
Yeah.
Because of the cost. So it's a tricky one.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people who are renting and in challenging circumstances, you know, our rents increased by 150%, I think it was, over the last sort of reasonably short number of years, is the stats I saw. But if you're also bleeding on energy because your home's not well insulated or something like that, it's another real dire hit for members of our community. Not just families, but equally older people as well in those sort of dire circumstances.
Sorry, JP, just very quickly to finish off what Councillor Kiriopa brought up. So under the current rules or Bay of Plenty Regional Council rules, if I have a older fireplace that's non-compliant, I can't sell my house until I make the older fireplace either unoperational or removed, whichever, yet I can sell an unhealthy home that doesn't meet standards, and we have no bylaws or anything like that. So there's sort of a little bit of a to follow on, you know, both very important. On one hand, we're celebrating, you know, asthma, and it's great that people with breathing problems, the air shed's cleaner.
Yeah.
But it's okay if you bring your kids into a mouldy home and mouldy walls and the carpet's terrible and shebang. There's a little bit of a...
Yeah.
Thank you.
So just carrying on from that, how are we going to live up to that statement if we're not enforcing it? How are we going to do anything about it?
Sorry, living up to that statement there, ensuring homes are healthy and fit for purpose. Yeah, and I think probably what Lani's getting to is exactly correct. Let's dust off that business case. We may have a new government. We may have a chance to talk again about whether healthy homes or requirements are something they would support. I don't know. I wouldn't want to speculate. But again, there hasn't been a focus on that when I think there actually should be. It's a really important question.
Is there an opportunity to create bylaws that can do the sort of thing that Colin's just mentioned?
Yeah, don't know. I'll have to go. I have a think. I suppose there's a flip side of that too, which is exactly what we've just talked about from a fireplace perspective. It's the unintended consequences risk that comes with it. Yeah, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, and also, so, you know, recognising too that we, you know, the statements that are up here are really only statements that fit within the framework of the laws, that we can work within. So I still think we can still achieve that, but it'll just be what that looks like from us. But fully in support of try and get some traction on actually putting some guts behind that all the way.
Yeah. Look, one of the things I think is probably it does go to the bylaws scope. You know, the healthy homes or healthy energy changeover. There had been conversations in the past about why would you do that, take out a fireplace, put in a heat pump, unless you're also helping through the next bit, which is to make sure the roof's properly insulated and there's no gaps in the windows. You know, if you're going to a heat pump model, why wouldn't you go the next bit? Now, that was sort of slightly out of scope for, I think, when the policies were first being discussed, but I think it still sits there glaringly. You remove, for some people, a free source of heating, a fireplace, replace it with a heat pump or a burner that can only fire up pellets, and you haven't dealt with the fundamentals of the home. So there is a challenge in that sort of space. But we'll get some more information, and it's a chance for us to have a further conversation. I'll quickly click through this again. One of our drivers is we're rolling through our requirements around intensification. and supporting our centres, but equally just making sure we've got an adequate supply. Interesting set of feedback around FDS is groups like Waka Kotahi, who are very concerned about transport and emissions, which I think is a really valid point from their perspective, and they're worried about potential for Nongataha to grow and create a commute across on a highway they don't want to improve. I'm assuming the same advice they're giving us was applied to discussions with Tauriko about whether that should grow and people might try and work across here. So there's probably some questions in that. But I think one of the things that's come through from the FDS was the intention of being pragmatic. You know, if we took the literal view of what the Act tells us to do, compact city, it's all about not expanding your current footprint, that's great. That's a great ambition, and in the meantime it drives up property values, it creates a much higher threshold, and it takes longer to address our housing needs. So very much in the FDS, I think what the team took was a very much of a balanced approach of saying, hey, we need a number of options. So intensification is one, great, we'll enable it, but we also need greenfields that can be brought on as required, just to make sure we've got some balanced approaches and we don't see prices being driven up to a point where that redevelopment becomes the only pathway in intensification. So trying to take more of a balanced approach to the city's future growth. Now, how that works will be based on how much we actually need, and then that gives us a chance to throttle or support new greenfield or not. But it's certainly a view that the team were taking a very much a balanced approach that recognises those environmental constraints, but equally affordability, feasibility, and things like that. So anyway, so that's the kind of approach that's been taken into that space.
It's quite funny, because when the establishment of the township was put down, the actual boundaries were quite a far way out. There was an actual vision for it to be a lot bigger than what it is now. Then we went like this, now we go out again. So quite interesting that way.
So I've touched on, obviously, you've seen the discussions around greenfield residential development, and I've also talked about industrial commercial development. Probably the one I hadn't touched on, which the team have just highlighted, is, look, we also need to look at our natural hazards within our plan change. So as we get a little more sophisticated with our joint modelling with the regional council about flood risk, and equally further work around some of our geothermal hazards, either gas, heat, or physical features. We just need to make sure we've got a view of what are our hazards, what are our constraints, and there's a few things we may have to change within the district plan to recognise that. And of course, we're post-Gabriel, there'll be a whole bunch of new advice coming out about managing risk, particularly in the stormwater and flooding space. So that does go to how we design our capacity. We've talked before about Stavros, no matter what he puts into the ground as a system, there's a point that stuff will flood. We can't design to mitigate any risk of flooding. So the key then is, where do we want it to flood? We want to flood roads, we want to flood green stuff in public areas, not people's homes. So that's probably some of that other things about how far you design to.
Bay of Plenty Regional Council have just published their Bay of Plenty risk assessment, and it identifies for Rotorua a lot more than just flooding, including wildfires.
Yep.
I can't remember what else is on the list. Is this going to be updated according to the risks that have been identified within that?
It will be, as probably the detail of those risk assessments get more granular. So you're right, there's a whole bunch of climate risks that they've identified in that study. I think when you get down to granular levels of, so what rules should we bring into the district plan, there's a question of timing. And should we be worrying about things like setbacks or zones of no build because of risk of fire. Probably our more imperative is to get our stormwater management and our core hazards identified, liquefaction and a whole bunch of other things first. So it might be a phased approach to how we work through that risk assessment.
Just with the risk assessment, in mind. I went to a presentation again at the conference. This time was hosted by Christchurch City Council, and they were dealing with their some of their risk mitigation, I guess you could say. They have, using Amazon Web Services, they partnered with them to create a network of sensors that can give them real-time, instant information about things such as movement of land, etc., etc. And they've got 250 of those now in place around the city. They're only about the size of this laptop, more like a shoebox, and they put them in things like traffic signal boxes and their own council buildings, etc. Now, they've also, through that same process, came up with a way of monitoring fire instantly. No, well, not instantly, a lot quicker than the human eye can detect it. So when they had that fire on the Port Hills, which destroyed all of their mountain bike tracks, the chairlift, the whole shooting box, it made me think, perhaps we could be talking to them about utilising their earthquake technology for the museum. If we're going to be spending a heck of a lot of money on that, it would be good to have some sort of early warning scenario for us. And also the same for the redwoods, and commercially Skyline should perhaps look at the same thing from their fire detectors. It just gives us a heads up a lot faster and makes us a lot quicker to react and could save lives.
Okay, that's good to know. I'll try and get the experts in our organisation to talk to the right people. Maybe this is another one that regional council might be quite keen on partnering with or talking about, so that would be quite helpful.
So I just have to say, I feel like currently the attitude at Lakes Council is that because we haven't been hit by climate change as such like other communities, that we kind of know it's there, we might have a phased approach later, and I really think that our ratepayers deserve for us to be ensuring we're not hit hard and having to do things after we've been impacted. We really need to be getting ahead of the game, and you can see that across other councils, and I'm happy to share what information we're pulling together about other councils being proactive in this space. I just really feel like the attitude at present within council is just, oh, we know that's there, that's coming, we'll worry about that later. I'm just highlighting that. Thank you.
I hope I haven't personally projected that. I think the key person who knows this and has his head in that space is Stavros, and certainly the design approach he's taking and the modelling he's taking is very serious about that. So, as I say, for me, the consequential part is things like this plan change are really important, and that's why it's being prioritised. But it is a case of making sure we've got the science and the robustness behind it. So while I may look relaxed, I'm conscious of it. So thank you. If we're not projecting that well enough, then certainly Stavros has that very firmly in his mind. So probably the only other one just to again talk about, which feeds into our housing part, is the partnership around the housing accord. So obviously it's try and get homes, emergency housing down to zero as quickly as possible, and that remains a sort of a focus from us in a regulatory perspective. Certainly, as councillors have mentioned this morning, critical to our economic recovery, so tourism and economic recovery, so to get that going. The other part of that accord was also for the government to be quite clear about its management of people and the need for homes and public homes, and obviously they have a pipeline they're focusing on for the next few years to try and ensure there's an adequate stock that's fit for purpose, and their redevelopment or development plans align in that space. So outside of us being a regulator and setting our district plan rules, that's kind of the limit for us often. Sometimes they put through a resource consent where it's comprehensive development, but of course they have their own building consenting authority, Consentium, so they actually produce their own building consents. So that's a process they're working through.
I'd just like to highlight here that with Te Aroha and Lakes Council being a part of this housing accord, I see the focus is on those two areas there. Collectively together we could push for the aspiration we've got around healthy homes to be included on that list. Just putting it out there.
Good opportunity to raise it, I think, yeah. And certainly the other piece, which I think has been such a strong Te Arawa and Whakaui focus coming into the Accord, is the wraparound services for people to make sure that they're helped, assisted, and ensure that their transition from an emergency housing space, if that's where they are, into transitional and more permanent homes is supported as much as possible. So a key focus. I tend to focus on the build houses and look at the regulatory space. Just briefly, RMA reforms. So whilst there's been a vast amount of noise around Three Waters, the silent change that's been passing through and has now received royal assent, it was done back end of August, was the RMA reforms. So the Spatial Planning Act and the Natural and Built Environment Act. So those are the replacements for the RMA. One last piece, which was the Climate Resilience or Climate Adaptation Act, is the last piece of that trifecta that the government is, I presume, still working on through MFE. So really what that does is create a need for a regionally coordinated representative group to start looking at a regional spatial plans. And there's a significant co-governance component in that, so involvement of iwi in those overarching committees to start trying to produce this overarching spatial plans. Greeted with enthusiasm by some of the key agencies like NZTA, because it does give them a chance to say, well, that's great, we've got a master plan for the development of a region. It helps us with prioritisation of our roading investment. I suppose it's the other leg of the Three Waters. It starts also giving one of the 10 entities a chance, if they're lined up on regional boundaries, equally to say, where's the growth demand? What's the spatial requirements for development? We can prioritise our own wastewater development or some of those other network development things. So regionally centrist planning framework in place. My understanding is that we're hoping that with the strength of us producing our own local strategy, our future development strategy, and some of our other core plans, we're equipped to say into that environment and into that space, which will evolve over the next 7 to 10 years. Here is our sub-regional view of what's important and what needs to be recognised into that space. So really is, I don't know how it's going to be, but obviously the first steps are being rolled out now through particularly regional councils wanting to seize the nettle of leading that sort of bringing together a process of how you'll start with that spatial planning. Sitting behind that then becomes another more systematic approach, which probably for many people doesn't seem like a wrong thing to do, which is to rationalise the number of district plans. So we have one, there's 7 across the Bay of Plenty. At the end of this exercise, there will be 1. And so that's a recognition of trying to get more consistency in the overall planning framework. So you can see that as really a chance there that we'll move away from us being in control of our own district planning processes and spatial planning processes to one more regionally led, and then us as an inputter into an overall framework. So I think it's been sold on the rationalisation of planning. Might have a different opinion.
Is this scheduled for repeal by the National Party?
Look, I think a few people have said they don't like it. I think the National Party has. I'm not sure what ACT have said or some of the other parties. Some have said amend, some have said scrap. Look, I think it's something that needs to, that whoever comes in will get under the hood of another piece of new legislation, which is an unknown cost, an unknown time frame. So again, when I start talking about our future development strategy, and I think you've heard me talk about our first few plan changes, I think it's really important for us to get our joint action plan in place to identify what our first critical few processes are before I suspect we lose sight of what we're doing for our local community and become part of a regional process of thinking about how we create a new set of plans. So that probably will align with the 3-year plus. So yeah, unknown impact. I couldn't say what it would mean for us cost-wise. I think generally there's been an expectation that TLAs would contribute into the overall organisation, either seconding of staff or tipping in of funding, so that you can start making this new planning framework in place. But look, it's in the I don't know state at this point. No doubt part of the discussions that will go around LTPs is how the heck do you factor that into your forward projections. So at the moment, certainly my view is we're focusing on what we need to do around our FDS and our district plan moving forward, whether that's hazards and flooding as a critical one, or industrial, commercial or residential. So that's the first piece, and we'll see what a new government or governments do over the next sort of 3 or 6 years.
I hate to keep harping on about it, but it was such a good conference. I'm not sure if you were at that or you, Lani, but it was Chris Luxon's address on the final morning, and he made mention of, should they be elected, that there will be a national infrastructure fund that will be allocated on a first in, first served basis, on a regional basis. So it would. Are you aware of any discussions that are being taken place between this council and Bay of Plenty Regional Council, who are a most logical partner, about a project that will benefit us all, that we can get to them, I think he said by the end of October?
I've read the National Party's housing policy. It does talk about a fund to support infrastructure. I think again, I don't know what would end up being post-election. I think that's a time we've just got to wait to see who lands, how they land, what they've had to compromise on, or what goes purely as a particular parties have taken them forward. I think I had read $1 billion as a fund. Just by way of comparison, the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund was a $1 billion fund, of which we, with 86 million, got 8.6%. I would suggest $1 billion is a drop in the proverbial when you think about the scale of infrastructure investment. So if you just look at something like Toriko, the costs of infrastructure in there are eye-watering. So I think this is a really interesting place for whatever government's formed post-election to try and figure out what the infrastructural needs, the future of development in response to growth. Yeah, I wouldn't want to make any other statements than that. Don't know. We'll have to see.
Hey, JP, just while we're on that, so the RMA reform. They've got the current system, RMA system, then the new system. 7 to 10 years, you reckon this is going to be, was that this being flagged, 7 to 10 years, it's going to change, maybe not?
No, that's seen as the transitional space, how long it will take. So I'll circulate, there's some material that's sort of going up on the MFE website about the different component parts of those RMA reforms. We haven't sort of talked too much about it in here, but it does talk around there's a regional, I forget what the acronym is, but there's a planning committees that need to come together. They start making those first steps. There is quite a substantial transitional space that goes here because we are dealing with RMA law. So there is quite a few processes that need to run, and it will not be quick or easy because of operative district plans, existing consenting things. So there's a whole bunch of transitional stuff, and it will take that kind of time frame.
Well, the way I see it too, correct me if I'm wrong, it's sort of the new system almost looks like a system that forces the regional council and the district councils to have to work together. Am I looking at it wrong?
It does force a regional level planning framework, yes. And it does form alignment of a whole bunch of individual district plans. You know, the government's angle has been and I don't disagree. There's been a lot of problems when you can go between districts. I think of some significant landowners like CNI who face 3 or 4 different sets of setbacks for forestry planting across 3 or 4 different districts, and every time you have to submit on another council's district plan review. So there is a rationalisation that's going on in this discussion. There's other ways of doing things. It's a bit like Three Waters. It's how you intend to get the benefits as opposed to the disbenefits. So this has been the legislation that's been passed. All the parties have an opinion on it, and we'll wait and see what happens post. But this is the legislation we're now facing.
Thanks, JP. No, I was just looking at what I saw on here.
Thanks, JP. Could I just ask, just getting back to your presentation, what do you see as the implications on our bottom lines changing from the RMA over time? Because the RMA is nothing like it was originally when it was first brought in, I think in the mid-90s, somewhere around there, or late 80s. What's going to be like? We can obviously still do development contributions, financial contributions, so policy changes all the time, and it always will. What's going to be the impact on our bottom line from what you've picked up, if any?
There will be a point where we have to do less about proposing our own local changes, and there'll be a pivot to being more involved in the regional planning exercises of synchronising all the different documents. So I would have said we've got a bit of a window where we've got a light involvement on the regional spatial planning piece, and we're still in parallel able to continue with our own plan changes. There's a point there that the emphasis will be we should not be continuing running our own plan changes, and actually we need to synchronise our district plan stuff. So I'm not quite sure whether we're going to end up with a need to add additional resourcing in to contribute into this regional level discussion versus doing our own stuff. So there's a point where we flick between one and the other. And it's just how much of a lead time of contributions into supporting a regional group. There's GMs of my level coming together now, hosted by the Regional Council, starting to meet regularly to start saying, almost mirroring the work Stavros is having to do, which is starting to figure out what this might mean for us all from a work program going forward. I do see it as a risk to us being able to make some local decisions and implementing some local policies. It will be a drag of resources and time and thinking into a regional set of conversations, and eventually there will be a change in our district plan, or almost a removal of our district plan. Right, so I'm unclear what that future looks like, but there is change there unless some government comes in and reviews that. Council land holdings, so again we're working our way through Clayton Road. We're still having protracted discussions on finalising the sale of that wedge of land on Clayton Road. The purchaser is going through a discussion for some government funding, and we've got our Waikiki strip of land there, 61 Kawaha Point Road. We got back 5 expressions of interest. We selected down to 2. And we've made a recommendation and chosen 1, probably not to talk about here, and we're in negotiation to finalise that, at which point it will be reported back to Council for that development strip. We're staying closely aligned in our conversations with the Waikiki Rugby Club and their aspirations around the potential for their field development. I think we shared geotech, so we ended up jointly commissioning some geotech work in that space as well. So for our strip and for them, their number 2 field, which was really good. Bottom right-hand corner was the decision, Council, you've made around the sale of Tatoki, which was that piece that was purchased originally for reserve. Decision in 2019 to sell to Kāinga Water. Cost versus actual price we'd get for it means it would be more valuable for us to consider how we address our sporting deficit in the immediates. And I know Stavros is also looking for the geotech work that Kainga did to see whether that also excludes or includes the potential around another use. There was a request around detention pond, but we're still at least 3 fields short. So there's that one. And then the final one was a gentle concept up in the top right-hand corner, which was the cemetery change of use. So that deliberation is coming back to you, I think, next week. So I won't say anything more about that. So those are some of those land holdings. I think previously we've talked about the 2 pieces of industrial commercial land we have, which still sit there for us to have a further conversation in the future about what's the best use. Pensioner housing. Look, I've talked to you before that we went through a process to consider exiting our pensioner housing stock, I think about 2017, 2018. The cost versus the hit on us to sell, the complexity around selling really made it not a good outcome. So we ceased that discussion. I suppose going forward, we have a net cost of service of about 1.3 million. So that's a subsidy on each of our occupied units of about $8,500 per annum from the rest of the ratepayers. So is there a better management regime for us to put in place there and some other options? So that's going to be a future piece of work we'd like to ensure we've given you some opportunities to talk about before it becomes a possible discussion point into the consultation document, LTP consultation. But really that's some work we just need to do quite quickly. What's the future of our units, or the management future of our units? Off the back of Plan Change 9 and some of the really good engagement we had with mana whenua quite earlier on around Plan Change 9 was Papakainga enablement. So again, that became a central thread of Plan Change 9, and part of that was also to get together with the different agencies. So we've got a committed project here that we want to carry through as planned into the first year, which is to make sure we've got all the toolkit information there about what is required to do a Papakainga depending on what area of the city you are. So it's that eyes wide open about the challenges around multiply owned Māori land, the financing, the issues around regional council rules about offset tanks, all of that kind of challenging information. So it's not just a case of saying, hey, council's changed its rules, it's all sweet and easy. It's certainly not, as anyone who tries to build any house anywhere will know. So that's an important process for us, just to make sure we've done our best of making sure we've got some really good, helpful information in that space. Business improvement. Now, I suppose this comes back to the operational focus. I have a consenting team and a planning team. A consenting team, which is a resource consenting team, and a building teams. They work really, really hard. And they are massively overworked because we're under-resourced. Like everyone else, we've got a massive shortage of planners. So whilst we're trying to enable housing like mad, it's great that we're doing all the positive stuff of making the zoning right, doing development support, putting in the infrastructure, getting our DCs clarity, getting all those frameworks in place until they lodge a consent with us and they grind to a halt, because it's really difficult because we're short on resourcing. So business improvements are a really important part of that team's focus. And if you start looking at our current performance measures, we're not meeting our statutory timeframes. So we're doing a lot of work using external consultants, but continuous improvement processes, better support at the early stages, so consents that come in are better, but equally our attempts to recruit to make sure we have sufficient staffing is a real focus. So whilst we're doing the proactive stuff, I have some operational challenges to support my teams who are in really not sustainable places. It's really hard. They're working really long hours, and if someone's consent gets stuck, they move on to the next one. There's just so much work there, and we're having to rely heavily on external consultants to deliver our processing. So real challenge for us as a council. Same issues apply to lots of councils across the country. So big focus for my teams will be on business improvement and trying to get the adequate staff and resource and support for them to do their jobs well. So as I say, we've got all the other components right. This is a really important one from us operationally.
JP, the new system, the new computer system that we went live with earlier in the year, has that helped with this process?
No. With a new system coming in, you've got the potential. So you have a whole bunch of business processes and stuff that people are used to. You change it over. With all live systems, you've got the bug fixes, the little challenges of actually we should have changed our process, and the other piece too of training. So we're going through that phase of just addressing all of those aspects, and it takes time. So you don't realise the benefits of a new computer system instantly. So hopefully the long run is definitely that, but there is a whole bunch of those things that you just need to systematically work through, fix, repair, make sure everyone's training's up to date, and get used to trying to do things differently. So it's always a challenge of that change.
Is there any scope to help you with AI?
I don't know in that space. I'll have to go away and have a think about that. But certainly, we've got a program we're working through with the IS team now to making sure that we're mapping our business processes, we're looking at opportunities to improve, we're fixing all of those things, and ensuring that actually one of the things that's not holding back the teams is the training around the new system. So it is a bit of a step into the new. We actually have to catch up with a whole bunch of improvements, fixes, training, and then we'll be in a better place, I think, to move forward. But staffing and some of that key focus is probably a bigger issue, like most councils.
Thank you, JP. I wanted to touch on what you spoke about a bit earlier about pensioner housing. For me personally, I think the 1.3 million that you touched on, that's for the most vulnerable people in our community, and I call it our people, and I think it's worth it. Just recently, I read in the New Zealand Herald where Auckland Council have sold a portion of their airport, and they're talking about putting money back into areas like Glen Innes and Panmure and building. Well, they didn't say with this pensioner housing, but they sold off a lot of state houses some years ago, and I think they're regretting it. But thank you for the update and on the mahi you're doing. Yeah.
A couple of things. I'd like to talk to what Councillor Maxwell just talked about it in a second, but do you see light at the end of the tunnel? Do your team see that you're doing everything you can to give them the support that they need? Is there anything that we can provide?
Thank you, but I think the clear thing is we've working systematically through the requirements, and we've got the support from the IS team on that change process and the fixes and the also writing new standard operating procedures. So it just takes time. It's a bit harder when you're under the pump and then you're also changing at the same time. So that's an extra challenge for the staff. And so as a team, they're all working exceptionally hard now. And actually working exceptionally harder some more, and we're trying our best to make sure we're supporting them. But yeah, it's just time and systematically working through some of those improvements.
Do you have job vacancies?
Yes.
Are you doing everything you can around that as well?
Yeah, we are. So we've got constant applications open for consents planners. So we've been having the conversations about going and visiting some of the universities. I've asked Jason Ward, who's the head of that area, to start thinking about, do we need to start offering not just student placements, but actually some scholarships? So we can actually start trying to capture some students who are going into year 3 and year 4 of a planning degree, with a view that with us providing them with holiday jobs and potentially some scholarships, can we bind someone to us when they graduate? Some of the universities currently, every single student has a job as they leave. And so that's the challenge. We've got to almost come back a couple of years and try and pick them up a bit earlier. But I think that's an approach being taken by most councils. There is a real shortage of planners. We've also started saying, look, do we need to start looking overseas? for planners operating in other countries who might be flexible enough to pick up our system reasonably quickly and really start trying to go wider in our opportunities to try and address some of our shortage of planners.
Okay, thanks. Just on the pensioner housing, I do support looking at a new ownership structure for the simple reason that councils don't qualify for the subsidies from central government. You could turn, if there were some proceeds from the sale, you could then turn around and reinvest it with a provider that does receive the subsidies to then leverage that further. So I think that's worth exploring, and I'm certainly supportive of looking at it.
Hey, JP, I just sort of harking back, I think you, and I can't remember her name, but she was really good, and then she moved up north. No, it wasn't, Portia was good too, but she got nabbed by someone else. But I just find it a bit funny that, this is huge, and there is a shortage of planners and, good qualified planners, and most of the ones that are coming out are going to the big places because there's easy access jobs there all the time. And I just talked about that person there, and I can't remember her name, but I know we were really sad that she left because we had put a lot of time into her, training her. But we've also cut that back, haven't we, in terms of that program that we were running? Is this perhaps a time to bring it up in the LTP that maybe we need to look at that, given the circumstances, given where we want to go to with the growth and all those things there? Because really, if we're going to go, wow, this is a great plan, and we could all support this and take it out to the community. They may well come by, but then if we don't have the gas in the tank to actually pull it off, it will just stay a nice looking plan. So maybe, I'm not saying now, but maybe you have a bit of a think about that, so when we do have another hui, how we could actually address that issue or those issues in your area of mahi in particular.
Yeah, and I think I know Stavros's cadetships for engineering space have been a success in the past for growing qualified engineers through those processes. I think we have to apply the same sort of logic into planning space. I think as a country we're suffering. Many different professions are in this conundrum. So unless we can invest early, I think we're always going to suffer. What we get is what we get. Let's say I've got probably half the team in that consenting space as I should have.
Or is there capacity for us to look at perhaps we need to outsource to the market full stop?
Look, that is another option. It's another risk, but again, remember most of those consultancies, we have to selectively pick the ones that will work for us and not necessarily work for clients. So there's two sides of that equation, and so yeah, it is challenging space, but our lists get longer and longer to try and get enough capacity to process consents for us. So that's resource consenting. But equally, and you've seen our reliance during the FDS and Plan Change 9 on Barkers and Associates. We've had to use an external consultancy to do lots of the heavy lifting because we have quite a modest policy planning team as well, and hugely capable individuals committed to doing a really good job, but they're almost having to use a different set of skills, which is project management and managing external consultants more than doing a lot of the mahi themselves. So really different models of delivery, but it's one we're just going to have to keep adapting to, and why we've put an emphasis on business improvement, and you'll see the pressures. We've got our consent numbers reasonably high. We just don't have the resourcing base to do it effectively. So it's a constant area of work on for my group.
Well, I only bring it up just quickly, Deb. I only bring it up because you just look at the slide. It's telling us. So I really think in the next couple of workshops when you get another, be good to see what you think could happen. Within reason, I suppose, but we've got to start building our internal capability.
So thank you. So there you go. So it's similar to what I've done previously, a bit of a summary slide of some of the things that we're thinking about. So off the back of future development strategy, a joint committee will have to come together and you'll need to make some decisions about potential new plan changes. Obviously, somewhere high on that will be some of the greenfield residential to open up some more capacity for us. Again, we'll need to make sure we've got aligned those conversations with infrastructure planning and also recognising the time that it takes to make a plan change come through. Flooding and hazards, critical piece of work and still requires a bunch of research, and the business industrial. So certainly my approach taking us into the LTP is the level of funding that we've put through in the policy team for consulting and to do plan changes needs to continue. At some time in the future, probably after about year 3, some of that will need to be emphasised into this regional participation and coordination. Central area priority planning, a level below just looking at inner city structure plans. So is there some plan change work that needs to go into that to support it? Again, off the back of plan change 9, we'll have a steer of what that might look like or might need to. I've talked about the pensioner housing. Look, we need to just revisit how do we get the best outcomes for our tenants that we're responsible for. How do we get the best housing outcomes, full stop? And there's a massive demand in our community, and it's been highlighted previously. You know, there's a very large number of older people who are renting privately. Where's their options to improve that? And that's only going to get worse for us as a community. So where does our stock fit within that discussion? Also recognising our net cost of service in that space. Residential in a city, I suppose we're going to make it plan enabled, but there's a question for us to talk about. Is there another step where we go back into that targeted place-based opportunities and start saying, can council land be used as a catalyst to try and get another exemplar inner city development? We ran that process with RNZ previously. One of the questions I think of want to throw out there is, do we need to revisit that over the next 1 to 3 years again? Is there another chance to reset that around an attempt to partner with someone who might consider investing in a city apartment development? Yes, no, but it's really that philosophical stance from us as a council, and how it might support or not within the inner city context of revitalisation. I've talked briefly about those couple of sales of those 2 pieces of land, making sure we get the good outcomes of those, and obviously, hopefully, the return to council's funds of the sale of those pieces of land. I've talked also about funding policy changes. One of the issues I've seen in DRS has contributed to it, because if you go down that route, you're not requiring a resource consent. You go straight to a building consent, but there's a lot of work being done across my team. So I have a separate funding policy for the consents team, a separate funding policy for the district plan policy team, and a third one for the building team. This is my integrated planning and development team. So one of the things I would like to bring through and get the support of yourselves and also Thomas to do that is to amalgamate those funding policies. So I've got a single funding policy which talks to how much rate funding goes into supporting that and how much is by fees and charges on a global for that integrated planning approach. So change in that rating approach, which also gives some clarity for me to then make sure I'm getting the right fees and charges in place around each of those different services. So I think that's that. We talked briefly previously about rating for Airbnbs. Now, one of the other ones that is we'd like to sort of throw back to you for consideration, and it goes into probably one of the wider discussions, is vacant land gets half charges, so capital value on your vacant land, but your service charges are halved because you're not drawing on them because you've got a piece of vacant land. Do we need to come back around to say, hey, we go to a lot of trouble to zone land, we go to a lot of trouble to make sure there's infrastructure to the gate, and we find a lot of sections do sit vacant, and in some cases for an extremely long time, banked. do we need to take away almost that incentive by removing those half charges? So again, it's a policy discussion. There'll be a threshold. Clearly, if someone went to a new subdivision and they bought a piece of land with the intention of developing it, is there a time frame when it's reasonable to say you've got 5 years grace at half service charges, or 10 years, but after that it's full service charges? So it's just, again, a very subtle little message to say land's precious, our infrastructure's really precious, that's gone in to make sure it's serviced, and we'd like to see homes. And if vacant sections are sitting there, then if we've got the demand, then we have to go somewhere else and spend the $1 to $3 million zoning some more, and then planning the infrastructure to go into that. So a significant community cost to make sure we've got that capacity if we've got empty land. So that's a question, I think, that goes into your wider discussions.
Thank you. Just a question on the policy development. So as we consider the long-term plan and what we want to plan for over the next 10 years and what that might cost, is the policy, like at what stage does the policy development come into that? Do we just signal it on what year we intend it to be undertaken in the LTP, or do we signal the outcome we want in the LTP and then we bring those policies to separate committee and council meetings? I'm just thinking there may be some of those that councillors want to see, within 1 year, as opposed to, and then is that then factored into the long-term plan, if you get what I mean?
Yeah, I think one of the things that you need to do is you have to, so if I go around to something like a rating policy change, you would have to signal it in your consultation document, because you'd actually almost have to explicitly detail what that policy change is proposed. And I think the key here is to say, what is council's preferred option? So are you going to do it or not? Because it starts becoming an assumption that starts being reflected in the financial modelling going forward. You would then potentially have to say, and what's the implication of not doing it? So you almost have to bring into that discussion. I'm looking across at Una here, but my assumption here is, because it goes to a rating and a funding discussion, you need to identify what is the proposed change, when would it come into effect, what are the implications, and what are the implications of not doing it. So you're going out with we're only putting it in here because we want to hear your view, or we have a view that it should be undertaken. So there's actually a level of detail you actually have to provide. The alternative is you pull right back and you go, hey, we just want to test this for future discussion, at which point you're really not doing anything other than tell us a steer, and we'd come back on either on an annual plan basis or a subsequent LTP. Now, the risk at that point is, if it's substantial, is it an amendment to the LTP? So I'm starting to scratch my head about that. So we'd have to get down to this quantum of that stuff. So that's probably something we need to map out. How big an issue are we talking about? Is it minor? Is it major? How much detail do you need to have if you want to bring it in for a proposal that's genuinely considered for 1 July in the LTP? Or is it something that's more of a, hey, let's test the water for a subsequent discussion? So I think that's for both the policy conversations we've just had, the earlier one around changing the rating policy around residential use, and this one for vacant land. It's probably worth making sure they're modelled both ways.
Sorry, JP, just talking about, you're speaking about the vacant land there. Is there also scope to look at, there are, in particular Māori land, a number of blocks that are landlocked, and they've put forests.
Yeah.
And they get charged as soon as those trees are on there, but they haven't realised, it's charging on unrealised potential revenue. Is there a chance to relook at that? I understand if they were making some, because often it's actually at the cost of the trust that, or whichever, the owners, that they actually they're paying for it, but not getting anything back for 25 years.
Can I get you to throw that at Thomas as a question?
Oh, good.
I think that my intention here and what I'm trying to raise here is a very narrow focus on residential section
Residential
creation.
vacant sections.
Yeah. So, but I think
My bad.
You're right. There's a fundamental issue sits out there, which is multiply owned Māori land, and the framework for that, which is a different kettle of fish.
And just on there too, so Papakainga, you've already mentioned that, which is cool, and yeah, that multiply owned land is always more challenging to deal with. But however, there are still whānau that have general title land that would still like to do papakainga. I'm not clear on whether they're still treated the same as if it was Māori land. From what I've read, I'm just seeking clarification. Really.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure. One of the things I think we would be doing in the toolkit discussion is, and there was a bunch of work being done by a couple of banks who recognised the normal challenges of having, I suppose, security over title. In the case of multiply owned Māori land, that doesn't exist. So that they had to think more flexibly about their approach for lending and supporting that. So again, I think as we go through our piece of understanding the context around infrastructure and the rules in that space, that gives us the chance to open up that other conversation with potential lenders to say, hey, where do you fit in this equation, and hopefully give a bit more of a total picture of what the options are for those different types of papakainga development.
Yeah, and I only asked because I've read through that because I was particularly interested in all that.
Yeah. And
that didn't come clear to me whether that was still an option. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. That's me.
Thank you very much, JP. Were there any questions on overall about housing?
Not, Madam Mayor, not so much a question, but I wanted to wait to the end because we went through the, after lunch, a very good presentation, JP, regarding the housing area. JP, from the beginning, you've made it clear to us and also former councillors, Rotorua has a chronic housing problem. And okay, we help, we're getting through some of the problems, some of the issues, but we're still in that zone, I believe. And vulnerable people in motels, that's reducing. Emergency housing. I just wanted to say, and glad you had a full session with us today, and one day you will be fully appreciated for the mahi that you do for us, and you still do it. So, kia kaha, I wanted to express that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, JP. Thank you for your presentation today. One thing I'd like to touch on that we just sort of went over very briefly was about, you called it operational efficiencies and continuous improvement, which is great. Whenever I hear about us, when we say, have you spoken to developers, and sorry, when I say you, I'm talking the collective council you. Have you spoken with developers? And I get yes, and then I find out it's normally, forgive me for want of a better term, the usual suspects, which is fine. I have no problem with us talking with developers that stay here and invest here and build here. What about those people that I've spoken to who have told me, when we're through with Rotorua Council, we won't deal. I'm doing an 80 home deal in Taupo, or I'm in Tauranga, or I'm in Papamoa, blah, blah, blah. I won't deal with Rotorua. What steps are we going to be taking over the next 2, 3, 5, 10 years to try and get those developers interested, and like the realtors who partner and talk about and have to, just as much as us, go out and sell Rotorua? Yeah. What steps are we taking to talk with those people and integrate them and say, are the developments that we're talking about is what you're hearing that people actually want from Rotorua? Thank you.
Look, my door's always open. I don't have a door anymore, so it's definitely open. And look, there's a couple of developers I've spoken to recently who fall into your category, and I think the feedback's incredibly important, and we need to get an understanding of what are those barriers. I think for those who have been around a long time, and there has been some that are a long time, you can't tell them that it's fixed. You can't tell them you're going to do better. We actually have to demonstrate that. So whilst they might be down the road in Taupo doing a development, hopefully they're going to hear from some people that things have improved and we have got our processes improving. and they then have a legitimate reason to understand it might be different if they come back. So I think we've got to do the show the proof of the different approach. Now, every single development is different, every single space is different. Sometimes there's reasons, sometimes there's not. But I think overall, and for some of those who have done multiple developments, they've run into the same issues. And look, that's why I've been passionately sitting here and saying, and you've heard me repeat, our plan has been hard work and has been hard work for decades. So the first piece I'm trying to make sure is we've got the right set of rules that are enabling. The next piece is to make sure we've got clarity about the costs. And the last piece is making sure that we've got the attitudes and the people and the processes to make sure we can process their consents in a timely way and keep them moving, because time is money in the circumstances. You've just heard me talk about how I'm not meeting a whole bunch of times because I've got a whole bunch of pressures on staffing, but that's part of that improvement stuff. And so there's no immediate end in sight, but there's certainly an attitude that we're trying to build the pieces that change in how we deliver successfully for those who want to develop here. So look, it's quite a long road, but we're trying to get there as quickly as we can. And then hopefully the proof point will be those who see, I can do a development, or why did so-and-so get theirs turned around so quickly? What did you do with us differently that got a rapid development? Now, for all the examples of stuff that's gone slow, we've got some examples of stuff that we've worked really effectively and got some across the line really quickly. So now the piece is the consistency of making sure everyone understands what we're trying to achieve, and they all fall in that same zone of rapid clarity and delivered effectively. So keep pointing them at my door. And I'm happy to hear about areas we can improve, but again, it's just making sure we've got our frameworks in place as best we can, and we'll continue to focus and listen. I'm certainly not precious about what's wrong. I think I'm precious about making sure we're doing better.
Yeah, kia ora. I just have a few comments there about Councillor O'Brien's question. Good question. But sort of some development experience behind me. I know, even your next door neighbour block is going to be totally different to you, the requirements that are put on you. It's just the landscape here is just that way inclined. We don't have those lovely long flat pieces of land that are just all pretty much the same soil type and everything like that. No, we're very varied here, much like ourselves on the council here. So it's a challenge, but it's a good challenge that Councillor O'Brien has put forward to JP. JP, I just wanted to make a comment. There's a couple of things. Zoning is a big thing for me too. Now, I was watching on the online thing, but I don't see too much. I think you maybe widening the CBD scope, or something like that. Things to think about. And the other one was around, what was that point there? Oh, the FDS stuff again. Actually, all of what you put forward today. There are different things that we're going to be talking about, the financials, the infrastructure. To me, this one's probably extra important, even because these are the things that are seen. Out of all the things we're going to be talking about, this area is the things that are seen and by our people, our community out there. So I think there's a little extra thinking in there too, even though you've been doing thinking for a long, long time, JP, and I really appreciate you, mate. I think we all need to understand that a bit better too. These are the seen things, there's the planting, there's the lighting, there's the colour scheme, there's the buildings, everything in your kaupapa is things that are seen, and that's ultimately most of the time what we're judged by, and how effective we're doing, how effective our plan is. So not to give you a grounding, actually to tautoko you and to sort of make us aware that this is really important stuff. Infrastructure stuff, very important, don't get me wrong. But it's underground. Most people, it's out of sight, out of mind type whakaaro until pipes blow up. So you know what I mean? So that's all I want to say, Huama. Can we just, I think we all need to put a bit of extra thinking into this area in particular. Kia ora.
just like to add on to what Rawiri said. If you're going to extend the CBD zoning in any way, do it in the opposite direction to the Ngāti Whakau residential areas. Thank you.
But still tautoko ohinumitu development, get it?
And remember, this session will be able to delve into the proposals at a later date. This session's only covering what has been done. Any final questions yet?
JP, what percentage of developments are Kāinga Ora at the moment?
Probably disproportionate. You know, we've hit a really uncomfortable point for our economy around ability for people to build homes, to get financing. So we were seeing a really important growth in some market choices. Probably about 2 years ago, probably aligned with the 555 days of Putin's invasion of the Ukraine. We've had a bit of a landscape change, so a lot of our local developers have chosen to see trying to work for the government as a way of actually bridging a gap at the moment. So unless there was a consented pathway or a builder lined up for some people who had stuff in train, it has impacted quite significantly. I don't know the exact proportion, but it's probably, I wouldn't want to speculate. I can come back with some more information about what we think is that shift. But sometimes we don't actually know, because a lot of the private developers don't necessarily tell us up front that they're building a home for Kāinga Ora at this stage. We might see afterwards, but we don't necessarily see it at the front. But actually, it is valuable to keep our jobs. I think where a number of places have seen a downturn, we've still got a number of developers interested in being here. They're getting a feel for the location, they're keeping their workforce on, and they might be doing a Kāinga Ora project balanced against another type of project, or a slowing down one for the other. So yeah, it is very challenging times at the moment.
Are you willing to give us a ballpark, 10%, 50%, 90%?
Oh, look, I could go away and I'll find an answer. I wouldn't want to do it just here.
Have MSD honoured their part of the housing accord to stop referring out-of-towners to Rotorua for housing?
I think if I quickly answered that, if you looked at the dashboard, there's a bar off the side on there which talks about ins and outs and where people's origin was. Have a look at that. I think MSD have been extremely careful about who is here and for what reasons, and I think there's a net decrease from the district. So yeah, pull up the latest dashboard and just drill into, there's a couple of tables which give you a feel for that. So I've got some confidence that numbers are reducing, as is the number of MSD motels here.
What about general housing as opposed to emergency? Are they like the social housing?
General, in the bottom right-hand corner of the dashboard is, and particularly if you go back to say September, October of last year, you'll see the change in the number of public homes and transitional home spaces. So there is actually a corresponding shift in the number of homes, not quite the same as the number of households in and out. So people have left or gone somewhere else, but there is that growing number. It's almost like a tally going in on the public home constructions in the bottom right-hand of that dashboard as well.
Like, for example, the Malfroy Ranoff development, do we know whether those are Rotorua people in there or whether they're out-of-towners?
Oh, look, my understanding is they've tried to that they're required to draw off the housing register, which is a national housing register, but I know there's been a lot of emphasis about trying to focus on locals. I can't answer that. That's not stuff we see.
So if we keep on building social housing and people are coming in from a national housing register, then we're not going to solve a Rotorua housing problem, are we?
I think the emphasis is on our own people, so that's what they've tried to do. I think Kāinga Ora builds thousands of homes everywhere, so there is movements of people in and out of all regions, so I wouldn't rush to say we're the only places building homes that might attract people from other parts of the country. I think that's the least of their focus.
Thank you.
Just a last quick comment from me as well, just to thank you and your team, JP, for all the work that you guys do. Totally in support of what Councillor Waru mentioned before about seeing how we could, and as you mentioned, whether we explore the possibility of scholarships or looking at how we can attract talent from early on in those stages, so that we can have that continuity and that security of enough resources and staff to deal with the massive workload that the current staff are having to be doing. And thank you for raising looking into the rating of Airbnbs differently as well, because I'm really in support of looking into that and getting something done. And I think we've heard from many in the community to have that looked at as well. And again, thank you for putting in as one of the considerations around rating vacant land. I've done a bit of reading and looking around about that, and worldwide there's a lot of cities that have considered investigating and introduced their version of tax or rating vacant land to try and help drive development and stop land banking. And as Councillor Maxwell mentioned as well, we know that we are facing nationally, but also specifically Rotorua, a massive housing issue, the lack of housing inaffordability, and I'll say the lack in diversity in our housing stock as well, as we've seen. This, I think all of this in conjunction with PC9 and the FDS is we really need to help any way we can to help, I guess, resource better and to ensure that this all works out, and that the plans and the future vision for all of this is well thought out and will help address those issues.
Thank you, Bishop. Sorry, one quick question. JP, could I ask you, and sorry, this may also be part of Thomas's area, with development contributions not reaching budget, given what we've the reports we've seen, does that impact on your team, or does that more finance the infrastructure side? Thank you.
The finance and infrastructure side.
Well, there appear to be no further questions. Thank you very much, JP. It's been a bit of a marathon session. However, it's fantastic that we've covered off 2 of our 4 top priorities, which of course was the economy and housing. So we'll conclude this session. I believe we have infrastructure in the next, well, we've got another LTP workshop next Thursday. We'll confirm. I think it may be infrastructure. And we look forward to that. Thank you very much, everyone. Now declare this workshop closed.